Welcome into another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, my beautiful people. Happy Wednesday. Feels good to be back with y'all after having a few days off. I gotta tell y'all, beautiful people, I definitely needed those few days off because I don't realize how drained I get until I'm down and then I end up sleeping my days away. Hi, Brian. How you doing, baby? Yes, baby. It was definitely needed. I mean, when I say I slept, that's pretty much all I did. So I didn't start actually feeling rested or more like myself, like I had my energy back until yesterday. So, how you doing tonight, baby? Hi, Off Grid. How you doing, baby? It's good to see you again. Whoa. Hopefully y'all been having a good work week. For those of y'all that work. I know not everybody works, but hopefully y'all's week been good to y'all either way. A lot of positive changes occur this week. Well, that's good, baby. You want to share with me? What are those positive changes? I always like to hear about positive things going on with y'all. Yeah, I feel good, baby. I feel a lot better now I got some sleep. Thank you for asking. I feel more rested. Hey, Bob. How you doing, baby? Good to see you again. Yes, I did, baby. I slept. That's all I did. Like I said, I don't realize how much I drain myself doing this until I get those days off, and then when I do nothing but sleep, then I realize just how much I drain myself. How you doing? I sent you an email, Bob. I don't know if you got it, baby. Hi, Deb. Hi, Nancy. How you doing, honey? Oh, wow. Well, I'm sorry to hear about the person who passed away, baby. That's wild. So that'd be like your brother-in-law. But at least your sister ended the relationship. And that's good. Nobody needs to be in an abusive relationship. Don't ever settle for that, beautiful people. I don't care if it's with a romantic partner, your family, or friend. Dev, I do a free general collective reading. Everything else after that are paid readings. So if you want to pay for a reading, sure, you can ask a question. Hi, Eternal. How you doing, James? Well, I'm glad your sister talks to you now, baby, because that's important. Having our siblings in our lives is very important. I know how much I value my relationship with my brother. Even though I don't talk to my other two siblings, but the one that I grew up with the most, the one I actually helped raise after my mama died, him and I are very close. So I actually miss him a lot since I live a lot farther away from him now than what I used to, but I try and stay in contact with him. We used to talk a few days a week, but with me streaming now, I don't get to talk to him nearly as much since we're on different sleep schedules. But yeah, I'm happy to hear at least your sister's in contact with you now, baby. So that is good. I hope that y'all's bond continues to get stronger and more healing comes to y'all's relationship. Hi, Bonnie. How you doing, sweetheart? It's good to see you. Oh, wow. Yeah, off-grid, and it's always those ones that really drain us the most, you know. And I know, I'm the type of person, I love my family. I cherish my family, but I also understand there's some members of my family I can't be around hardly because of like what you're talking about with the bad energy, or they cause trouble. And I know they're toxic in my life, and it's not, I don't hate them. I just wish them well, and I kind of leave them, keep them at arm's length for that reason. So, but that's good that there's positive changes happening in your life, baby. That's what I want to hear. Oh, let's see. Mike, I'm just curious. Why does it matter? I'm just wondering. Because let's see. Here, I'll show you something, Mike. Whoa. This is my mama right here. And so I asked you, Mike, why does it matter? Because if I looked like her, if I was more of her skin complexion, light hair, nobody'd be asking me that question. But because I look more like my father, it's top of mind. I just want to know why it matters. I mean, does being, Native American make me more human, less human? Just trying to make sense of all that. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Mike, I take that as a compliment, but I mean, baby, just for future reference, you may want to just go ahead and just ask somebody what their ethnicity is instead of assuming. Because I think that's probably what bothers me about it. More than anything is people just assume. Which, to answer your question, no, I'm not Native American. Given that, my channel is Tropical Empress and Spirit, tropical doesn't sound Native American to me, at least. I don't know about you, but not to me. So, now that you've seen a picture of my mama, you know I'm half white, which is my English, Irish, and Scandinavian side. Where I get my darker features from is from my father. He's Japanese and Hawaiian. Well, I appreciate your apology, baby. Like I said, Mike, I need you to understand, that question comes up more times in my stream than I can count. Like, if I had $1 for every single time somebody asked me that question on my stream, I'd be rich right now. Right, Bob? I know. Hi, Just a Do. How you doing, baby? Yes, Eternal. I am, baby. Oh, thank you, Off-Grid. Hi, Recca Rex. How you doing, beautiful soul? But, yeah. Right, Mike, and, that's why it's like, I really, I just wish more people would just look at all of us as being just human beings. Oh, thank you, just a dude. It's very sweet of you, honey. Yeah, I got a stepchild and 3 grandbabies by her. Hey, Debs, how you doing, sweetheart? I did read your email, honey. I did respond to you. I'm glad your neck's doing better, too. You have no children, just a dude? Well, baby, I don't either. I just have my stepchild. If it wasn't for my insignificant other having a daughter when we met, you know, I wouldn't be able to have any kind of title like that, so. But I must have done something right somewhere, because she calls me on Mother's Day and sends me cards and, like, my grandbabies. In fact, this kind of broke my heart when I read this. I just got it yesterday. My grandbabies made this for me. And the oldest one, she wrote in here that she doesn't remember what I look like. She forgot because she hasn't seen me in such a long time. And I feel bad. So, because they live about an hour and a half away. And since I stream on the weekends, you know, our schedule's different. But yeah. Yes, Eternal. I'm doing the theme night tonight, babes. Hi, Tony. You know, I just feel bad that I don't see them. Like, the last time I saw my grandbabies, well, I should say I saw one of them, was when I moved last time. So that it's been at least a year, but I actually think it's been closer to 2 years. And I've talked to them on FaceTime once or twice, and that's it. So, but yeah, beautiful people, tonight I'm doing theme night. Just to help try and conserve some of my energy. I'm doing $5 mini reads for my theme night. So I pull an oracle card, and then I have my Kipper deck for $5, just to kind of help conserve back some of my energy so I don't get so drained, because come Sunday I don't have much of anything left. Oh, Mike, I would love to. That's just it. Hi, Shadow. Because they live an hour and a half away, and because I stream at night, they're on different, you know, sleep schedules naturally, because, you know, the kids are babies. It's not like we're talking about teenagers or, you know, young adults. And, you know, and to take off on the weekends, it's kind of hard to do, because that's normally some of my busiest times to do readings. And because my insignificant other refuses to get a job, I'm the one that's pretty much bringing all the money into the house to pay what bills his disability won't cover. How you doing, Shadow Trace? Hi, Sunnyland. So, I'll have to go see him sometime soon, because even my nieces and my nephews and my brother, they haven't seen me in a while either, so I feel bad. No, walking your puppy. Oh, speaking of, remember I told y'all that he told me like a week or two ago. He thought one of the kittens that I had last year by the mama cat, the stray I took in, was pregnant. Yep. Apparently, sometime between last night and this morning, one of them gave birth to kittens again. Sorry, I had kittens again. So now I feel terrible because I can't take care of all these cats. And I hate to have to take them to a humane society, but I can't take it on. So okay, Eternal. Well, I gotta write that down, baby. And that's very sweet of you. Let me write that down, Eternal, before I forget. A little notepad here. So, beautiful people, I'm gonna do the general collective, which, you know, if y'all been here, you already know, you know, that one's free. But the personal readings, like for tonight, is just gonna be a mini reading, and it's $5. My more in-depth reading, I'll save for like tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. Oh, okay, Debs. Thank you, honey. Hi, King Hazy. How you doing, baby? Okay, y'all remind me. All right. Yeah, Eternal. That'll be good. So, that way I know. But yeah, so I got kittens. He didn't say how many's in there, and I hadn't had a chance to look because I woke up and had to rush to get ready. So here I am. But Mike, yeah, I get it, baby. If you're in Nevada, though, the disability is through the federal government. You do realize that, right? It's known as SSI. You would just have to file, baby. And if I were you, just go ahead and accept that you'll probably get rejected the first couple of times because that's what they always do. But if you can get, you know, your doctors to say that you're disabled and, you know, you shouldn't have a problem, baby. Hi, Judith. How you doing, beautiful? It's good to see you, girlfriend. And you know, y'all, I was thinking more about Sundays. But y'all let me know. Because I know many y'all are my, you know, regular subscribers, viewers. And I know y'all know that there's a lot of people that come in here who want to throw the Bible in our face and want to talk about religion, want to preach and everything else. And I know, you know, this came up before I, you know, took my few days off about having a day where we can all have this conversation and open it up to if those Bible thumpers want to come in and have this discussion with them and talk about religion in that much depth. So, I don't know if y'all are open to this, but I was thinking of doing it like on Sundays. So since people go to church on Sundays, you know, we can have our own little church. We'll just call it spiritual church here to talk about, you know, different religion and different beliefs. So y'all let me know what y'all think about that. And we can start doing that on Sunday. That way I won't like do any readings on Sunday. I'll just come on here and just to chat with y'all for a bit and we can have this open discussion about it. Because during, you know, the streams, I always kick them out when they come here and want to preach. You want to know why the Bible don't address the pyramids? Oh, baby, there's a lot that we can discuss because there's a lot that I know that I hadn't even thought of in a long time. But that's, yeah, that'd be a good question. I don't know if that's in the book of Enoch, but, you know, that's something we could talk about. Yeah, off-grid, I'm a Christian too, baby. And I rarely go to church myself. But, you know, it's like I always tell y'all, I'm one of those people that, you know, I don't believe you have to go to church to believe, nor to pray or worship, you know. And it's one of those things like, you know, I mentioned, you know, right before I took my days off about how, you know, God's not just in a building that says church, he's everywhere. And I think that's what bothers me when people want to throw that in, you know, people's faces like mine and yours who want to say, oh, well, you need to go to church. No, I don't need to go to a building that says church in order to have a relationship with him and so on. So that's something we could talk about on Sundays. Exactly, Debs. That's exactly it. You're a heathen with a good heart. Hey, I like that, baby. I'm a rebel. That's right, off-grid. That's how I look at it, baby. Ooh. Y'all focusing on y'all's happily ever after. But y'all getting stuck in y'all's heads again over someone. I feel like there's some tension or conflict going on with y'all. Who y'all fighting with? That's right, Sunnyland. I agree, honey. Bob. That's pretty much what it is. You're right. Okay, Eternal. Hi, Justin. Thank you. Hi, Nancy Suppler. That's pretty much what it says, though. I'll show you how to worship God. Give me your money. Get out. Exactly, Shadow Trace. Talking about some of the big pastors and ministries. It's like, what? Like, come on. You don't sit here and try and convince me you're not living in like a humble dwelling, okay? Oh no, Debs. I'm sorry to hear that, honey. Well, I hope you found a key. Hi, Andrea. How you doing, beautiful? Well, Debs, you know you can always move back down to Georgia, sweetheart. You know it's cheaper down here. And then you don't have to fight with all those miserable winters up there in New York. Because I wouldn't want to live up there for that reason. Aww. Thank you, Off-Grid. That's so sweet, baby. Aww. I'm glad you found me too, baby. Aw, hi, Andrea. Thank you, beautiful. Y'all are so sweet and good to me. So beautiful, people. After we do the general collective, or after I do the general collective, I'm going to keep Wednesdays as theme night. But I'm going to do it as mini readings. And I'm going to pull from like one of my oracle and then a tarot deck. And pull like 2 or 3 cards per reading for $5. You can only afford a room, not a house. I know, Debs. It's crazy. I know how expensive it gets. I get that, honey. Page of Cups. Well, are y'all looking for love? I see y'all looking for love, at least on the split. Or looking for an opportunity to fall in love again. But one who possesses, you know, it depends on who you ask, honey. Dude, do I believe in the twin flame? You know, I'm on the fence about it, sweetheart. There's reasons to believe yes, but then there's other reasons that make me doubt it. Okay? But I do believe in soulmates. But I guess what, you know, I try. What the heck? What? Hold on, y'all. Oh, I was gonna say, what the heck? I'm sorry. What I would say to you though is when it comes to soulmates, everybody always thinks soulmates means romantic, and that's not true. Because you got to understand, you have a soul family you incarnated with. So your soulmates can be romantic, yes, but it can be friends and family too. It doesn't have to always mean romantic. So it depends on what you believe, honey. Like, you know, if I have a twin flame out there, I haven't met them yet. So I wouldn't have a clue who my twin flame is. Hey, one who possesses, I'm a hopeless romantic too, sweetheart. I feel you. I'm a Pisces. I'm all about the romantic, you know, fairy tale love story type girl. So I get it. Aw. Well, I'm glad I've been able to make you laugh, Bob. That's what I want, baby. And, you know, I'm going to pull up my Rebel deck, too. So, we'll be able to have some laughs tonight. Hello, Allie. Or Ali. Welcome. Hello, Shane. You're a Libra. Y'all are always looking for love, huh? Well, I know Pisces are always looking for love, too. Hi, Karen. How you doing, beautiful? That's awesome, Nancy. How exciting. You know, I got a new deck the other day. I haven't shuffled it yet, but I did order a couple more that I'm waiting to come. Dang, that's loud. I don't know, but I would have thought my doggone window isn't closed, but I'm sure it is. Whoa. Oh, maybe it wasn't shut completely. It must have still been cracked. Ugh. See, I don't weigh much of anything. I had to, like, put some of my weight on that window so it would go down. One who possesses, I don't know what your age is, sweetheart, but if you're young, I'm sure you still got plenty of time, honey. You know, I just turned 44, and I know I still got plenty of time to find my forever love. Oh, Deborah, how you doing, beautiful? You know, but you see, honey, if it's with the right person, you shouldn't feel that way. You know what I mean? If you find your right person, a relationship shouldn't feel so draining and taxing like it's a lot of work. It should feel more, you know, easy. I'm not saying there won't ever be problems, you know, or difficulties, but it shouldn't feel like it drains, you know, everything out of you. Hi, Yellow Coyote. It's been a while, baby. How you doing? I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking how you doing. Oh, Shane. Well, I'm glad you like my readings, baby. Thank you for being here, too. You'll be 49 this month, off-grid. Your birthday's when, baby? May what? So, here, let me pull a few cards for my hopeless romantics out there. I'm going to pull a few from this oracle deck before I get into the actual tarot reading I pulled for y'all. May 22nd. Oh, so you're on the cusp, pretty much, of Taurus and Gemini. And that's a good thing. Cool beans. Alright. Let's see. Let's see what comes out of this oracle deck for love. Because this is one of my romantic love oracle decks. Alright, Spirit. What do you want to make the collective aware of when it comes to romantic love? What do they need to know right now? Well, first one out is fear. Expecting the worst. Afraid of failure. Wasting time on negative thoughts. This is like an 8, 9 of swords energy for me. You know, this is like, you know, when we want, you know, to be in a relationship, we want that forever partner, romantic love, but we're too afraid to put ourselves out there, you know, or, you know, giving a relationship a chance because we're afraid of getting hurt. And it's our thoughts that keep blocking us. So because we're so afraid of it, and it's our thoughts, you know, that cause us to be in fear, we end up manifesting exactly what we fear, to where it ends up not being exactly what we want. So Spirit's showing me that many are afraid to fall in love again. Off-grid, you're actually on the cusp, baby. If you're May 22nd, May 22nd is a cusp. You're both Taurus and Gemini, baby. So that wouldn't be incorrect, baby. Your mom's friend is right, but it's Gemini too. You're half and half. You know, you got the traits of both Taurus and Gemini. And that's a nice balance, baby. Oh, I'm sorry, Debs. You know I'm here for you, sweetheart. Hi, Level Up Dojo. I'm Gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too, sweetheart. Yes, off-grid. You're a cusp, baby. All you gotta do is look up Taurus, Gemini cusp. If you were to Google it, it'll tell you more about it. So whenever you hear cusp, that's what it is, baby. Thank you, Eternal. I just got your donation, baby. So, when it comes to love, beautiful people, Spirit's saying there's room here for success. So if you're like meeting someone, if you've just met someone, or if you're out there putting yourself out there, if you're looking for a relationship, for that new love connection, Spirit's saying there's success here. You're going to find that person and you're going to meet them if you haven't already. All right, Spirit, what else do you want the collective to know when it comes to romantic love? So don't allow fear to stop y'all, because Spirit's showing me there's a reason to believe. You either have met that person and that relationship's going to be successful, or you're going to meet someone soon. Hi, just kidding. How you doing, baby? Welcome. Let's see. The next one is retreat. Time spent alone. Reflection on past and current situations. I feel like some of y'all have been going into your retreat, which is like that hermit card. And this is all about taking a deep dive within. Asking yourself, you know, those hard questions. Looking, you know, within for the answers. And this is like where we go through. We may isolate ourselves from the outside world, but even from our close-knit, you know, relationships we have with friends and family, which there's nothing wrong with it. We all deserve that break from the outside world and from friends or family just to be with ourselves. So I feel like for many of y'all, you know, this is where y'all been finding y'all's healing. Like if you just came out of a relationship, this is where you're going to start going through this healing process. But for others, I feel like this is also this period where you're looking for those answers, like asking yourself, what is it that you still want for your life? You like what you're looking for in a partnership, in a relationship now. You know, the things that maybe you would have put up with in the past, you may not be so accepting of this go around. So that's what I get from that. You've been in hermit mode for a hot minute. Yeah, I know I was too, Nancy, because for me, honey, you know, especially to get through this nonsense with him, I've had to do it myself. All right, Spirit, what else do you want the collective to know when it comes to romantic love? Spirit saying have patience. Manifestations are on the way. So if you're looking for your forever partner, Spirit's saying to have a little more patience. Focus on manifesting this person into your life. You know, ask, you know, the universe to set up, you know, that situation or that place where you're going to run into them. You know, while maybe you're out running errands one day, or maybe, you know, on your way to go see, you know, a family member, you stop at, you know, the grocery store or the gas station, and you just happen to run into someone that catches, you know, your eye. Manifest that. Just tell Spirit, you know, like, hurry up, please. Make it to where I run into my, you know, my partner, the person you're supposed to be with. Because I know some of y'all are looking for love. Give me a couple more, Spirit, please. What else does the collective need to know when it comes to romantic love? Because I know many are searching or wanting it. Spirit saying first, you also need to find peace within yourself. Embrace, find peace with your current state of being. So, you know, many of y'all who are single, you know, Spirit's wanting you to embrace, you know, that, this cycle you're in of being single. You know, have peace with that. That, you know, during this time period, you go through, all that healing you still got to do, and to prepare yourself for that person, like invest in yourself. So allow that to bring you peace and harmony. But if you're in a relationship right now, you know, ma- make time to find, peace for yourself away from your partner. But it might even also mean that you got to sit down and have some heart-to-heart conversations with your significant other. Maybe, there has been a lot of fights or disagreements or a misunderstanding. Maybe you feel like y'all aren't on the same page. So it's time to embrace that, to bring peace back into your relationship and into your life. So it's kind of like doing a check-in. This is what, I like to say, which there's nothing wrong with it. Like a monthly check-in with yourself and with your significant other. Are things going the way we want them to? Is there anything we need to discuss that, we haven't discussed openly yet? And the last one, overcoming obstacles. Get back on your feet. Gain strength from difficult situations. So Spirit wants you to help, get yourself back up. Be like that shining star for yourself, for your life. Get back up on your feet and find that balance and that happiness. And even, embracing this time of peace and harmony. To give yourself that patience so you don't fear for when that person comes into your life that you're wanting, that you're trying to manifest, that new love, that new start. So be patient with yourself, beautiful people. I feel like your divine counterparts around the corner. For some of y'all, I really do feel that. That's what Spirit's showing me. Okay. That's right, Sunnyland. Alchemize that pain. Alright. I'll pull this out later. Alright, beautiful people. So, again, this is a general collective reading. This is not a personal reading, beautiful people. So, everything may not resonate with you. Some parts of it may resonate and the rest of it may not. So, take what resonates and leave behind the rest. Okay? Because if something doesn't fit, please don't force it to fit. You may not want to manifest that into your life. All right. So starting out with messages from spirit guides, the 2 decks I used. The first card I have here is Cleanse. And I feel like this is like going into that hermit mode, like I just pulled from that oracle deck. Taking on, look at, your life and ridding yourself and your energy of the negative things that you don't want. Maybe it's getting out of a relationship, having to end it, and, taking, a step back and evaluating what those things are so you know what you don't want. Or this could even be, having to walk away from a friendship, that it became too toxic for you, that you couldn't, stay, stick it out with them to keep that friendship going for much longer because it was just draining you. And, this can also be you walking away from a job. Maybe your boss was toxic or you had a lot of colleagues who were toxic and it just made it unhealthy for you. So you're going through this cleanse, trying to rid yourself of those toxic energies and what no longer serves you. And the card that I pulled with it is Learn from Your Mistakes. So this is a time to take a deep dive, take a look at the choices you've made, and to be able to learn from those mistakes you made. This is not a time to go, kicking yourself while you're down. That's not what this card means. It just means to acknowledge those mistakes and learn from it and apply it to your life so you don't, repeat it again. We don't want to repeat, certain cycles and patterns. And then next one is healing. So here we are. We're still going through this healing process, or maybe we just began this healing process. Wherever you are in your life, whether it's ending a relationship, walking away from a job, ending a friendship, or maybe this is just you, you know, going back into your childhood, and maybe there's some things that, you know, you had forgotten about that have been, you know, hidden deep within yourself. And now, you know, something's happened in your life recently that's triggered those old wounds. And now you're going back in and having to look at and rehash that wound to find that healing again. You know, it's beautiful no matter, you know, what type of healing you're going through. Give yourself that healing. Be able to forgive yourself and stop worrying about the things you can't control or the things you can't change. You know, what's been done is done. You can't go back and undo it. All you can do is take what, you know, lessons from it and apply it into your present and your future and bring forward with you the happy memories you've made and the people in your life that you want to keep. Leave the rest of it behind. Because otherwise it just, you know, brings in that heavy negative energy where you worry about things too much. And Spirit doesn't want you to worry, you know, like this. Worry is a wasted emotion. And it is. You know, stop worrying about the things you can't change or the things that are out of your control. Only worry about the things you can change. That's within your control. Leave behind the rest. Okay? And, you know, this even applies for some reason. Spirit wants me to say, stop feeling like you know, you got to fix someone. You know, you can't fix others. They have to work on fixing themselves. And that could be also what's draining your energy is you're trying to fix everyone else. Spirit saying stop that. You can't fix them. You can only fix yourself and work on yourself. All you can do is show others the path of how to get there. And it's up to them whether they want to drink the water or not, you know, as that saying goes. So, but don't, you know, try and force feed it to them. Because otherwise, they're just going to fight you and may resent you. And that can cause your relationships to go down the drain. And I know y'all don't want that. And now, last one is unplug. And this is also true too, you know, for like the hermit mode. You know, we have to unplug from the world in order to be with ourselves, be with our own thoughts, you know, to kind of like, you know, turn off like the TV, our devices, any distractions we have, just to focus on ourselves, to allow our own mind to speak to us, to be able to hear our own thoughts, you know, and this is when spirit comes through the loudest, when we give them the opportunity and space to talk to us, when we shut everything else out, that's when they'll come through the clearest. And I feel like as you're going through this hermit mode, this is what's going to help rebuild your foundation for your self-esteem, your self-worth, and also your confidence, you know, to where I feel like maybe you've been dealing with those toxic relationships that have um, made you question your self-worth and your confidence. So Spirit wants you to even unplug from all those people out there who keep telling you, you know, you're not good enough, you're not worthy, you know, you're not worthy of being loved, you know, why, you know, do you think you're so good at something? You know, tell them go kick rocks. You know, you be confident and you be vibrant. You be that charismatic energy that people are drawn to. You know, that confidence will speak volumes. Don't allow others to define who you are. You define it. And you do so being confident and secure in who you are. Not what others think you are, but what you know you are. Okay, beautiful people. Now for the tarot. So, in the recent past energy, I get the Hierophant. And the Hierophant is telling me this is all about you. You're like the Hierophant, the one, you know, the philosopher, the teacher, the expert in your field. And this, you know, to me applies more to like your career, to even, you know, outside projects, personal projects that you've been working on. So you're very knowledgeable and you're very well aware of that you have a skill, like you've mastered your skills in your field. And, you know, you're an expert and even a genius in your own right. But where you've been at and who you've been working for hasn't valued you. And it's caused you to question if this is a place you want to still work for, is what I'm picking up. So now you've come to this crossroads of this Two of Swords, because I feel like, you know, you've addressed this with your manager, with the people who hired you, you know, but it's not like they're committed to seeing you level up or to show recognition to where you feel like you deserve that recognition, or you deserve that raise, or you deserve some type of award. You know, you're not being recognized for your mastery in your craft. And so it's brought you into this Two of Swords energy, whether to stay and not be appreciated, or it's time to take a chance and go somewhere else where you might be appreciated, where you might even be able to make more money. This is what's been in your recent past energy, or this is something you're getting ready to go through now. And I see you coming into the present energy as the solo energy, very strong, independent, and very abundant in this Nine of Pentacles. Like, I feel like for many of y'all, you know, even though you may have had to make this choice of walking away from a job. This could even be like walking away from a relationship. You know, apply this how it fits, beautiful people. Romantic, friendship, family. You've had to walk away from something that mattered to you. And now you're in this solo energy. You're still very abundant. You still have a lot to offer, you know, yourself, but offer the world. You know, you're not helpless here. You know, like maybe others might think, you know, you are, like you need to rely on others. You're not. So don't allow anyone else to tell you that you are, because you're not. Be confident in who you are. You're this Nine of Pentacles, very abundant. You're able to take what you have, you know, both your monetary abundance, your spiritual, but even like all your knowledge, and use it to help others, and also to be able to level up in life, to be able to get that raise, so you can maybe, you know, in 5 years be able to buy that house you've had your eyes set on. Don't allow others to take that away from you, even if that means you have to walk away from people, places, situations that aren't serving your highest good. Which I commend you, you know, I applaud you for being brave, because not everybody's willing to do that. Because here I see you in the center of this as this Queen of Swords. And don't pay attention to the gender, y'all. Okay? For, you know, my gents out there, this could just be you showing me more of your feminine energy, as we both have divine feminine, divine masculine. So this Queen of Swords is very objective. You know, you see she's holding this crystal ball and just, you know, analyzing it. That's you analyzing everything. You know, you're using your logic, your expertise, your rationale, to be able to apply this in your life and to make the right decisions that are right for you, whether that's for your professional or your personal life. Because right now you're having to really look at things a little bit closer, because I see there's been a lot of arguments, a lot of tension with this Five of Wands. You've been having disagreements with people, whether this is at work or in your personal life with friends, family, or significant other. You've had to really take a stand on defending yourself. And I feel like for some of y'all, in a professional manner, this even comes to maybe even having to compete, so to speak, with like your colleagues. Or maybe, you know, there's a lot of pressure being put on you because you're competing against other companies, you know, like bidding on a job, you know, bidding on a project. And that's creating a lot more stress and tension right now, which is where a lot of your knowledge is going to help you. You know, you still have a lot to offer, to bring to the table, that maybe, again, your company, your boss may not recognize or show appreciation for, which is where you still will come into this Queen of Swords energy and be able to be objective. And now it's a matter of, you know, do you stay or do you go? And I feel like many of y'all are going to walk away, so you don't end up in all this stress and this tension, you know, where you're currently at, where you're currently being employed. Um, the challenge and obstacle I see right here is not trusting yourself. I get the High Priestess. And the High Priestess is all about, getting psychic downloads, being guided by the divine, by your spirit team. And, but, because the high priestess is one of mystery, where, she knows things that others don't. And you are one of those people. You know things that others don't. You don't know how you just know. But for some reason, many of y'all aren't listening to yourselves. So Spirit's challenging you now to start listening to those downloads. What that gut instinct, your intuition keeps calling you. Because you are a leader. You're showing up here in this King of Swords energy. Like you have, your world in your hands, using your logic, your rationale, but balance that with your intuition too. If you can find the balance, the struggles you've been facing, the challenges you have, whether it's at work or in your personal life, won't seem so gigantic or so enormous that you can't manage it and come out of it on top, or feeling like you've gotten, further, whether that's to be, able to be promoted, to level up, to make more money, or even the option, or feeling like you have that courage and enough of your mastery, your education to be able to master your craft, to be able to apply that somewhere else, or to invest this in a relationship. Place it how it fits, beautiful people. Because here I come into the possible future outcome and advice. This is the Five of Pentacles, and this is about lack. This is all about, being left out in the cold. This is about maybe not having everything paid. Like you think of someone who unfortunately may have become homeless. They lost their house. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here. What Spirit's showing me is if you walk away, if you're not willing to stay where you currently are, whether, this is being employed at this current business, this current company you work for, or staying in this relationship, that you might end up losing a little bit, with, monetary, material, but that's okay. Spirit wants you to release that. They don't want you to focus on what you're losing here, because I feel like there's more to be gained in the long run, because you're also showing me the death card. In this deck, it's called a release, but this is the death card. You're shedding away the old because it's not helping you anymore. Spirit's trying to challenge you and level you up to new beginnings, new possibilities. But they can't bring you towards that until you let go of the old. Let go of what's holding you back. That's what this death card is. But they just want you to know that, yeah, you might end up lacking a little bit. So conserve, what you have. And once you do and you shed away the old, Spirit showing me there's going to be new opportunity coming in for you with this Ace of Wands. So don't think like you're losing here just because that Five of Pentacles came out. You're not. You will be gaining more in the end, I feel. This opportunity is here. So take a chance, take a risk. Life is about taking risk. And it's also about believing in yourself, like possessing this self-confidence. So believe you have it, and you have everything you need, and all the wisdom and experience to go forward, so you don't feel like you're going to be missing so much. All right, and now for the oracle cards, beautiful people. First card I have here is from the Guides of the Hidden Realms, and this is Treasures in the Deep and Dark. And it says, sometimes you can play in shallow waters and discover something valuable, but now is not one of those times. To find the real treasure you seek, you need to dive deep down and face the shadowy places in you that were long forgotten and denied. Something reflected in your life now echoes your past. Be brave, for this is a call to healing. Know that those wounds don't define you. The past doesn't dictate your future. When you dive into the depths of your psyche and accept this, there's no need to deny any part of yourself again. Learn, love, and accept every aspect of you. When you can be compassionate and forgiving to yourself, you will experience so much more beauty and joy. Open yourself to receive and make space for more abundance in all areas of your life. You will see evidence of your success soon. Remember that intimacy is not found on the surface. Don't be afraid to dive deep in your conversations with others. You will be glad you went there. So this is all about facing your shadow self and allowing again that healing to come forward. Know that you're worthy of this healing. You know, this healing is going to get you farther. And it's going to help you to grow and evolve and have those deep conversations with yourself, but also with the people around you. For you to see where maybe you couldn't, look at things, about yourself in a way that others are now able to see it in you, both the good and the bad. It doesn't always have to be bad, beautiful people. I feel like, many of y'all don't see all the positive, all the good things about you. You're only focused on the bad. Be willing to look at the good too, or look how far you've come and be able to pat yourself on the back. But yeah, going into hermit mode means taking a deeper dive. So go deep. It's not going to be dark down there forever. The light will shine as the sun comes out. And you will shine like the bright star again. So don't lose hope. Don't allow fear to stop you either. That only just blocks you from your abundance and from all the endless possibilities of what you want to do and where you want to go and what you want to be. Don't allow anyone else to stop you, beautiful people. And then I pulled an animal oracle. And the one I pulled tonight is the goose. And this is inner knowing. And it says, you are a brave traveler. Your soul knows the way. Be confident. You will achieve your destination. Loyal friends are always with you. Don't worry, you are blessed. Let yourself fly. So again, beautiful people, know you are blessed. Know you have a lot of good in you. And there's a lot of good things coming towards you. And also believe again in yourself, that inner knowing. You know what you know. You get that hunch. You get that, just that nudge that's telling you something isn't right or that you need to do something. Trust that. Trust that inner knowing. Allow it to guide you. Allow it to be your healing light. But be your light of guidance too. To guide you towards your future. To where you feel more secure and you're more confident in yourself. And if you still make a mistake, that's okay. Okay, don't punish yourself forever. Okay, we all make mistakes and we learn from them. That's what makes us grow. That's also why we're here, beautiful people. So don't lose sight of that either. And then I pulled a few from my messages of the universe. First one here is, if you are worried you don't have the strength to move on, think of how much strength you are using to hold on. Then redirect that energy and enjoy your life. So if you are losing strength in your self-belief that you can't keep going on, well, maybe you're holding on to something you're not meant to hold on to. It's time to let it go and release it so you can move on, so you can see the future, so you can see the endless potential you have and the endless possibilities that are waiting ahead of you. Leave the past behind you. Don't turn around. Look ahead. Be in this moment and look ahead. Release all those things, all those fears, those doubts, those worries. It's not serving you any good, including people. If people are dragging you down constantly, well, it's time to let them go, beautiful people. And the next one is, it says, a chapter in your life is coming to an end. Rest assured that beautiful things are ahead in this next chapter. Let go of all things that are out of control and move forward. There are more beautiful things ahead than any you leave behind. Here again, this is focusing on your future. Leave everything behind. Like this death card. This death card is all about letting go of the old leaving everything behind. You know, shedding the old to make room for the new. Here it is right here. Let it all go and welcome in the new. Yeah, it might be scary for you. You know, you may not be ready for all of it, but that doesn't mean it's bad. You know, sometimes change can be scary, but you know what? Change is also good. It's how we become and grow to be better people. All we can do is be better today than what we were yesterday, and be better tomorrow than what we are today. Keep shooting for the stars. Don't feel like you are limited. You're not. You're only as limited as you allow yourself to be. Allowing yourself to get trapped in your own thoughts. Allowing that to hold you back instead of moving ahead. So release it. Know that those chapters that are coming to an end need to come to an end. So you can start a new chapter. And make this chapter better. 10 times better than what your last chapter was. You are still in the driver's seat. You still have control of your life. Nobody else controls it but you. And remember that, beautiful people. Don't give your power away. And the last one here is we are always speaking to you and sending you messages. When you feel like you are alone in a situation, just know that you never truly are. We are reminding you to stop, look around, and believe in something else, something more. We've got your back. Know that the divine and your spirit team in the universe has your back. They are always listening to you. They hear all your thoughts, your prayers, your wishes, your frustrations. You know, when you get, angry, it may lose your cool, whatever this is. They hear it and know that they're working behind the scenes trying to help you. And if it feels like you are alone or you're not being helped, they're trying to remind you, don't feel like you're alone or you have no one behind you supporting you and trying to push you, because you do. So welcome your spirit team in. Allow them to guide you. Be your compass. And then for the angel card I pulled for y'all tonight, this is the cherub. And it says, create your own story. Nothing is set in stone. You are the co-creator of your life. The circumstances you have experienced up to this point have been linked to the choices you've made and the karma of your ancestors. Now is a pivotal time for you to begin moving into a space where you can create a story that's more aligned to your needs and ultimately the calling of your soul. And the positive affirmation here is, I recognize my ability to direct the experiences of my life. I recognize my ability to direct the experiences of my life. So again, create your own story, beautiful people. You're in the driver's seat. Don't forget that. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people, for the general collective reading. So again, take what messages resonate and leave behind the rest. If something didn't fit, don't force it to fit, beautiful people. As I said again, it was a general collective. It wasn't a personal reading, so all messages may not resonate. Take what resonates and leave the rest behind. Hi, Winter Bass. How you doing, beautiful? It's good to see you again, sweetheart. I did miss y'all while I was out. I really did miss y'all. Oh, beautiful, Darby. Hi, beautiful. How you doing? Oh, you're welcome, honey. No, no. Why is she traumatized? Darby, what happened, honey? What happened to your princess? Aw, Winter, that's beautiful, honey. Well, tell your baby girl I say hello. I hope you've had a good week so far. I hope everyone's had a good week starting out. Okay. Put this here. Okay. Put these decks up. Oh, oh, that's beautiful, Winter. She has gifts already, huh? That's exciting. What's your baby girl's name, Winter? Oh my gosh, Darby. That's terrible, honey. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, I could see how that would be traumatizing for both her and you. Poor baby. Yeah, to smell death is not a pleasant smell. And you'll never forget it. All right. RN. Did I say that right, Winter? RN. No, Darby, I can just imagine, honey. Okay. I'm glad I said it right. Well, hi, RN. How you doing, beautiful? Hi, Moon Child. How you doing, beautiful? Hi, Luz. How you doing, babes? Okay, let me see. Where'd it go? Okay, James. No. Well, I'm happy. She's happy I said hello. I'll try and remember her name, honey, when I see your name pop in here. I'm Gravy Loose. Thank you for asking, baby. I hope you are too, honey. Oh, crap. Keep dropping stuff. Is Hazel still up, Darby? Oh, thank you, Eternal. You're so sweet, baby. Hi, Even Flux. Baby, I just did the general collective. Now I'm doing the donation readings. It's just a mini reading because I'm pulling from my Oracle decks. It's not going to be like my deep, in-depth readings that you see me do. So I'm just going to pull like 3 cards, baby, to kind of help conserve some of my energy. Only thing I need from a crystal ball is what month will I be the heck out of here. I hear you, Debs. Oh, I love that winter. You know, I got Celtic blood in me too. All right. Eat. Okay, Eternal. Baby, you want to explain to me how you want me to do this? You want me to have everybody, like, guess a number? Oh, wow. Okay, David. Well, baby, I don't know if I'll be able to answer that question tonight, baby. But I can try. Okay. Alright, so Eternal paid for a few free mini readings. So, beautiful people, guess a number between 30 and 70. Whoever guesses the number first will get the first free reading. So, on y'all's mark, start typing number between 30 and 70. Keep going. I'll tell y'all keep going until y'all get it. Keep guessing. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, Anna Mezanex got it. It's 57. Way to go, Anna. Alright, Anna got the first one. Do I have my book in here? Let me try to do this way. Bring my little book. I'll do it this way. Alright. Alright. Yep. You're welcome. Alright, so the Oracle deck I'm using tonight is the Obsidian Veil. It's pretty much like a goddess deck. And then I'm using my Kipper deck. Okay. Karen, what do you mean? How do you pay, sweetheart? All right. David paid, even Flux paid for the first reading. And like I said, baby, I don't know if I'm going to be able to answer this using this deck. But I'll try, because I'm only pulling a couple cards, baby, because this is my mini readings. My more in-depth readings, like what I did for you once before, I'll do those tomorrow night and Friday and Saturday. So, let me see. And I'm doing even Flux first because he paid. So, and then I'll do yours. Alright. Let me see. Let me see, David. If there's ever a card that was in here that would tell me that, there's one card I'm looking for. Alright, Spirit, show me. Well, let's see. Wow. Well, this pretty much answers it. Okay. Where's, David, I think I have an answer for you, baby. I'm going to pull you one of these oracle cards, too, and a rebel card. Alright, Spirit. One card. Flux. It says Alright, let me try and find this card. And then for kicks and giggles. Hello, Joanne. How you doing, beautiful soul? Alright, Spirit. Alright. Okay. Uneven flux. You want to know if you're being lied to, pretty much. And I couldn't pull out a better card, baby, to answer this question, for it to be clear. And the card I got from my Kipper deck is Death. Okay? And this card is all about pretty much someone being someone they claim to be that they're not. Because this card indicates that it's a person who likes to disappear, who keeps their distance, who is not open, and who might also have secrets. It's also a card of someone who likes to withdraw. And it's also a card of someone not being honest. You know, just pretending to be someone they're not. Like, you think of someone, you know, who's a thief, yes, but someone who's sneaky. It could even be like a card that's for someone who's, you know, representing a false person. Someone who's a fraud, pretty much. So, to answer your question, I think this is a clear yes, baby. That you're being lied to here. And then I pulled from my oracle deck, I just pulled you a goddess card from the theme I'm using tonight, plus a rebel card. The rebel card is for, you know, kicks and laughs, baby. But the goddess card I pulled for you tonight is the slips, which it says is the winds of change. And this card says this is believed to dwell in the wind and can be seen as spirits of the air, embodying the essence of freedom, fluidity, and transformation. It's often portrayed as delicate and elusive creatures, appearing as airy beings with the ability to traverse vast distances in an instant. They are said to have the power to manipulate the winds, bringing gentle breezes or raging storms as they see fit. As they effortlessly move through the air, it urges you to embrace change. Let go of being rigid and flow with the winds of transformation. Like a gentle breeze, they carry whispers of inspiration and guidance to uplift your spirits. urging you to embrace the unknown with an open heart and mind, trusting that you have the inner resources to handle whatever comes your way. So it invites you to connect with the power of the air element and embrace its qualities in your life. Just as the wind flows freely, allow yourself to release attachments and embrace change with grace and ease. It reminds you to be adaptable, flexible, and open-minded in your approach to challenges and opportunities. Flow with the currents of change and soar to new heights of adaptability and transformation. So this is pretty much just telling you to be able to adapt to the changes. You know, flow with the energy. You know, change is good. You know, it teaches us, it helps us to grow. It helps us to see things from, you know, all angles, from different perspectives we didn't see before. And it allows us to transform into the person maybe we've always wanted to be or dreamed we would be. Or the, you know, the person we, you know, look up to, like, you know, maybe a mother or a father. You know, it allows us to see our differences and to be able to possibly even mirror them. So, but we have to be willing to accept the changes that come with it all to transform into that person, into that being of who we want. We can be anyone we want to be. It's up to us to make those changes. You know what? Uneven flux, baby. What I could tell you is when you aren't looking for love, that's when you find it, baby. It just lands in your lap. When you seem to be looking for it, like really in search of it, you don't end up finding it. So if I were you, I would put my time and focus into myself, into like your career. You know, that's how I would, you know, go about this and allow things to fall where they fall. Um, Sometimes the universe will keep things from happening because we're not ready for them. And this could be one of those times. You may think you're ready for a relationship, but maybe you're not yet. Maybe there's a couple of things you still got to do and get things in line, get in order so you will be ready for that one person to show up that might be your forever partner. So don't, you know, look at it as a bad thing, baby. And knowing last year you were focused on, you know, your love relationships. Maybe it's time to change your perspective and focus on yourself and your career. And allow the universe to take care of you and bring you that person when the time is right. It just may not be the right timing for you right now, baby. Doesn't mean it, you know, it doesn't get lonely, of course. I think we all can relate to that. We've all been lonely at some point when we haven't had a significant other in our life. And even for some of us who have had a significant other, we have still found ourselves to be very lonely because the person we're supposed to be in a relationship with isn't there. They might be physically be there, but mentally and emotionally and spiritually, they're not. So you see, having someone in your life doesn't always mean you're going to be happy and fulfilled. Because you can have a physical person in your life, but there still could be a lot missing. You know, that your needs and your wants still aren't being met. So, look at it from that standpoint, baby. Hi, Chief. How you doing? And then for kicks and giggles, baby, I pulled a Rebel card. And this is just, you know, for sarcasm and fun. The Rebel card I pulled for you says, stop sleeping so damn much. And it says, wake up. You're missing some cool crap. So maybe you've been sleeping a lot. Spirit wants you to wake up, embrace life. Because they're trying to say you're missing out on some good things out there, baby. And that's what I have for you, baby. A lot of depression naps. Well, baby, it's time to embrace life. Pull yourself out of that depression, baby. Time to shake things up a bit. Oh, you're welcome. Even Flux. Anytime, baby. Thank you for trusting me to read for you again, sweetheart. And thank you for being here. And thank you for your donation. All right, Anna, you're next, honey. Hi, Lily Hillis. You want a deeper reading on this? Okay, baby. Just come see me tomorrow. You know, and it's $30 to get a in-depth reading from me. And I can do it tomorrow for you, baby. How you doing, Lily Hillis? I'll be more than happy to read for you, sweetheart. All right, Anna. Do you have a question? Or do you just want a general, whatever Spirit wants to say to you? You're great, Lily Hillis. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Beautiful. I always love seeing you here. Whatever Spirit wants to tell you. Okay. All right, Spirit. What does Anna need to know? Can I get one card for Anna, please? Oh, that's awesome to hear, Lily Hillis. Okay. Spirit, one card for Anna. Thank you. Get one card for Anna, please. I remember. Oh, I just saw a spirit orb. Hi, beautiful spirit. I found this one now. Real card. Oh, you're so welcome, Lily Hillis. I'm glad it helped you a lot, honey. Okay. One card. Messed up, Spirit. Alright. 28. Okay. The card I pulled for you, Anna, is waiting. And this is a card that is also representative of expectation. And it can stand for our expectations, for the fact that someone needs to be patient, or for someone who finds themselves in a position of expectation and first has to wait. So, it can also stand for you being very patient, willing to be patient and wait things out. But I feel like really what Spirit is saying, this is a card that's to remind you, have more patience. That things will happen in divine timing when they're meant to happen. You know, and it's like that saying that good things come to those who wait for it. But then I also say, um, good things also happen a lot quicker when we're willing to put our extra time and energy and effort to making things happen. So the ball's in your court, Anna. You know, whatever this pertains to in your personal life, where you may have an expectation, waiting on someone or waiting for something to happen. You know, you're in the driver's seat of your life. It's time for you to make that decision and drive the car to get there sooner so you can make things happen so you don't have to wait it out as long. Or if you are, you know, waiting on someone, well, you know, all you can do is, you know, nudge them, but, you know, you can't force others to do something you want them to do, you know, because you can't control them. The only person you have control of is yourself. So, you know, instead of having this expectation of things happening now, be a little more patient, is what Spirit's saying. And then the Oracle card, the Goddess card I pulled for you, is Marie Laveau, and this is the Voodoo Queen. And it says she was a powerful spiritual leader who played a significant role in the cultural and religious traditions in New Orleans. Known for her compassion assistance to the less fortunate, she conducted rituals, provided guidance, and offered healing to those seeking her aid. But light always attracts darkness. And so, Marie also explored the dark arts, including casting curses and necromancy. Her malevolent practices contributed to the fears and superstitions associated with voodoo and further fueled the perception of her as a dangerous force. She dances between the realms of the shadows and light, reminding us that the dark arts always comes with a price, which is also true. She serves as a cautionary reminder that wishing harm onto others, even in moments of anger or hurt, can have a profound impact on your own life's experiences. The wheel of karma is ever turning, and what you send out into the world ultimately finds its way back to you. Dark magic is a double-edged sword that demands respect and responsibility. It warns against the temptation to use power for selfish or harmful purposes. It is crucial to approach the practice of dark magic with integrity, understanding the consequences of your actions and ensuring they align with your highest intentions. So, Anna, I don't feel like, you know, even though this is talking about practicing black magic. I don't feel like that's what it means. But I feel like with you, you know, I think it's all about your ego. I think it's all about always seeing the worst in people, or seeing the worst case scenario playing out instead of being more positive, being optimistic. You know, instead of seeing things in the light, you're allowing more of the darkness, the negativity to overwhelm your mind and to kind of cloud your judgment, the way you see things, your perception of things. So, and it can maybe at times to you look to you like others are out to hurt you, you know, or they're trying to attack you, or maybe you have a belief that someone is casting black magic against you. You know, that's what my intuition is picking up. That's what my spirit guides are showing me. It's your dark thoughts that keep clouding your judgment, so you're unable to escape, to be able to see the positive in your life, the good things, you know, the people who mean well. You know, you're only looking at the ones, or focusing on the trauma, you know, trauma of the past that you're bringing into your present, and you're unable to let go. You're unable to heal from, because you're constantly replaying it. And especially if the people who may have hurt you in the past, if they're trying to make amends or be better people, I get the feeling like you're not willing to give them that opportunity. Or you feel like when you do give them a chance, they squander it. They end up doing and repeating the same things. Or you go through and you say to yourself, that's exactly why, you know, I resisted wanting to, you know, forgive them or have compassion, or, you know, have a empathetic shoulder for them to lean on. So spirits try to direct you to look at it from a whole different perspective. Unfortunately, come in your dreams, well, it might mean you may need to, like, talk it out with yourself, or talk it out with, you know, maybe even a therapist. You know, if there's traumas that you need to heal from, maybe it's time to look at, you know, getting professional help from someone to work through it, so you can heal, so you don't allow that to cloud your judgment. And you're able to see things from a more positive perspective and mindset. And then the Rebel card I pulled for you, it says, you're a hot mess. Fact, clean yourself up. And then it says you look like a shit show. This is just for fun, Anna. Just for some giggles and laughs to lighten the mood. You're a hot mess. Clean yourself up. Fact, you look like a shit show. And that's what I have for you, Anna. Thank you for being here, sweetheart. And thank you for the opportunity to read for you again. You're reorganizing all upstairs. You're welcome, honey. That reminds you to shave, Nancy. Hey, honey, I shave every day. I could not go a day without shaving. It would drive me crazy. I wouldn't feel clean. But that's just me. It don't matter whether I'm wearing shorts, dresses, or pants. I gotta shave every day. Like men who shave, I have to shave too. Oh, thank you for all the heart emojis. And hi to my beautiful lurkers in the background. How y'all doing? Oh, let me put these cards up real quick. All right. Yes, drama produces drama. You're right. You're right. You are so right, Lily Hillis. Okay. I want to see something. Okay. Amen, Lily Hillis. You're right, honey. It is. Absolutely, Lily Hillis. Like attracts like the saying goes. Ooh, excuse me. Dang, it's almost midnight. Well, it is midnight. I need to go use the bathroom. You know what, Chief? You want to hear something crazy? Y'all want to hear something crazy? You know how my insignificant other ordered the groceries last week? Well, I didn't know how much the grocery bill was, but it was a heck of a lot more than I thought it was going to be. No, Lily Hillis. I and that's what's probably more frustrating than anything, because the groceries, $650 is what he spent at the grocery store. And let me tell you, I don't have $650 worth of groceries in this house. I don't even think $400 worth. But yeah, I kid you not. And I only know because I saw it on my statement the other night. And I'm looking around, I'm like, where's the food? Because y'all know, like, I eat, the beef jerky, right? So you would think I would have, like, what? Maybe 10, 15 bags of beef jerky laying around? Mm-mm. I only had three or four. In fact, I've already eaten through all that beef jerky. I have one bag left. And I said to him last night, so where's all the food? You would think my freezer would be filled up with meats or them stupid frozen meals that he gets, right? Mm-mm. There might only be 10 of those in there. So again, where's all the food? I'm floored. I'm just floored. I don't understand. I'm trying to understand. I have no idea what he bought. Of course, I said to him, I said, so where's all the food? He's told me that 150 of it's my Red Bull and chips and that. Okay, 150. That's still at least $500. Where's the food? And then he's like, well, 100 of it was just the cat food. Okay, $400. I still don't see $400 worth of food in my house. I'm floored. I'm floored. I don't understand it. So the money I was saving to get my car fixed, it got wiped out by the grocery bill. And I don't think so, but you just never know, honey. you know, because I'm not buying groceries, but then he's not going inside and shopping either. He places the order online with Walmart, and then he goes and sits in the car while they bring the groceries out and load up the car. So it's just, I'm just floored. I'm floored. I can't believe it. So yeah. Karen, I wish I could say that I had that problem, but nope. Nothing. Like I said, there's nothing in this house. Like, I saw, like, all his bags of pretzels. He buys these pretzel sticks and eats those. I can't tell you how many bags are in that pantry. Um, what other junk did I see in there? I mean, he gets, like, those fruit cups. He might buy, like, some apples or pineapple that's cut up. Lunch meat. There really isn't a whole lot. Hi, Andrew. Well, you know what, Andrew? I wish I qualified for food stamps, but I don't. Okay, Moonchild. Thank you, honey. I'll take a look at it. So, I'm just floored, y'all. I'm floored as to why I don't have any groceries in my house. Because I even told him, it's like, I should have some dinner meat. Like, I should have, like, a couple pounds of hamburger. I should have something in there. So, I told him last night, I said, I need some freaking hamburgers so I can, make a meatloaf or fry up some hamburger patties, something to get that red meat in me instead of relying so much on the beef jerky. But you would think he would think about that, right? Oh, I'm just, yeah, just, I don't even know what to think anymore. Exactly, Bob, but he's too lazy to do that. He won't do it, and that's what I don't understand. And then what I also don't understand is, like, when he made that beef sandwich the last time I streamed before I took my days off, he always waits until right after I start streaming to go in that kitchen. And then he's like, well, I was going to make this. Do you want some? I got to work. Like, I don't understand why he can't go in there and do it before. He always waits till after I'm streaming. If he's going to go in there and make anything. And it's just frustrating. You know, beautiful Karen. I have no idea anymore, unfortunately. It wouldn't surprise me if he's been doing something. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm just annoyed though. Hi Corey, how you doing, beautiful? No, Andrew, well, I appreciate you, baby. um, so yeah, I still need my car fixed, and because, like I said, my grocery bill was $650. The money I had saved towards getting it fixed got wiped out. I'm annoyed. No. Yeah, well, thank you for the hugs, honey. I just, I couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. all beautiful. I think he's in denial of it. I think he's in denial that that's going to happen until, like, he gets angry or upset with something. Then he'll throw it in my face. He's like, well, you don't love me anymore, so why does it matter? He'll say something along those lines. Hi, Richard. How you doing, baby? So, but yeah, just something I thought I'd share with y'all real quick. So, if y'all want a mini reading, it's $5 for tonight, beautiful people. And I'll pull up 2 cards for y'all and a rebel card to go with it. Yeah, I hear you, Karen. So let me run to the ladies' room and let me go check on Toby. I'll be back, y'all. Hi, Diana. Hello, Jill. How you doing? Oh, Diana, I hope everything's okay, sweetheart. Oh, Bob. I don't know, baby. You could be taking on somebody's energy. Richard, you're funny, baby. Hi, Catherine. How you doing, beautiful? Oh, that's great to hear, honey. I'm happy your hubby's doing a lot better. Okay, Lily Hills. Good night to you too, sweetheart. Come on. No. Why does it keep doing that? There. Hi, Seiji. I just saw you sent me an email, honey. Bob, did you get my email, baby? I told you I wouldn't forget to send you what you asked me to send you, baby. Hi, Diane. How you doing, beautiful? You just got the Zelle. You're trying to figure it out. And all you gotta do is if you're trying to send somebody money through Zelle, you can either type in their email address or their phone number, and it should pull it up. So, like, if you wanted to send me money through Zelle, you type in my email address. Oh, thank you, Bob. Okay, honey. I gotcha. I'm doing good, Diane. Thank you for asking, beautiful. I'm happy to hear you're doing good too, honey. Okay, Seiji, we'll work something out, sweetheart. I'll email you and I'll come up with something. And maybe we can do it tomorrow, Seiji. I can do it right after I do the general collective if you want. You're welcome, beautiful. Let's see. So how's everyone doing tonight? How's everybody feeling? Put butter. Put butter on what, Karen? Oh, peanut butter. Okay, I got you. Yeah, Bob. Have you been checking your blood sugar, baby? Because I'd be curious what your glucose number's been running. It could be running a little low or it could be running high. I like peanut butter. Oh, Sagey, I start my stream at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern, sweetheart. And it normally takes me about an hour, roughly, to do the collective. So just say, you know, by 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern, I should be done. So if you want to make sure you're here by then I can do it. Chief, why would you do that? Why would you go around kicking the neighbor's dog? Why are you feeling anxious, baby? And Bob, you should be checking your blood sugar, baby. That could be one of the things that's going on with you, because that could be why you're feeling so fatigued. Usually when I hear people mention they feel fatigued, it's either their blood sugar's too high or too low, or they could have like an iron deficiency like me. Yeah, Bob. I mean, that'll be part of it too, baby, and that can contribute to your blood sugar running low then, if you haven't been eating a lot. I would keep an eye on it, baby. You didn't burn off enough energy today, Chief. Well, I'm sorry, baby. Maybe you need to go take a run around the neighborhood. And that's not good, Bob, not eating much the past couple days, baby. And you're the one that gets on me about eating. Do I need to get on you now? Anna, just type in there what it's for, honey. I'll understand it when I receive it. Just make sure you select for family and friends, if there's that option. Okay, Sagey, that sounds like a plan, honey. Yeah, just remember I start streaming at 10 p.m. Eastern. But I'll send you an email to remind you of that, so you know, honey. So, Bob, do I need to kick your butt, baby, for not eating? And Sagey, I'll pull some cards before before I stream, just to kind of get an idea of what's going on, honey. So I'll have that ready for you. Of course, beautiful. Anytime. I got you, girlfriend. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Yes, Anna, it did, beautiful. Oh, you sent it through Venmo. I got you, honey. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. That's so sweet of you, Anna. Thank you, beautiful. I got it. Well, it worked, Anna, so thank you, honey. Thank you very much. It was very sweet of you, honey. Well, you have some sweet dreams, Seiji. I look forward to doing your reading tomorrow, honey. Yeah, Bob, but you still gotta make sure you take care of you too, baby. Can't be going around getting on to me about eating when you're not doing it yourself, baby. Come on now. You're so funny, Bob. Yeah, last I checked, I was a human being. Bob, baby, you gotta check your blood sugar, baby. You gotta make sure that's staying regulated. Especially at your age, it has a habit of either running too high or too low. More times than none, it's more so running high, which would mean you would be like diabetic or pre-diabetic. So you need to check that, baby. But um, I would encourage you to get more blood work done at the doctor's office. You need like your A1C check to see what the average consistency number is over the last month or two. And it'll give the doctors an average. But baby, I also know you're sensitive like me. So I know you absorb people's emotions like I do. To where that can be also draining because you end up being like a sponge where you absorb everyone's emotions. You just may not realize that's what you're doing. And that can bring on the fatigue for you too, because if we're not careful of not protecting our energy and we allow, you know, all these different energies, different people in our space, we just have that natural pull where we're like a magnet to people where, you know, they, you know, pull energy out of us even, which what some would call an energy vampire. So, baby, I would look into doing some type of psychic shielding. If you haven't researched it yet, Bob, I would encourage you, baby, to research it. All you gotta do is Google psychic shielding, and it'll go through, and there'll be different websites, Pick whatever calls to you, baby. But there's different types of shields out there that you can read and look at using that may help to protect your energy. Um, and also use some crystals, baby. It's the racism that drains your energy. Yeah, I get that, baby. I understand. I know when people, have a prejudice or have an assumption about, a certain ethnic group. Yeah, it does get to me. I get that too, baby. I do understand. So, but you gotta take care of you, baby. Otherwise, people will drain your energy from you. Which is also why, you hear me talk about how I get so drained, after doing readings for a few days. It's because, being, just the exchange of talking and chatting with y'all, but all the people I read, I'm taking on their energy and I'm bringing it into my energy, which is where I will get drained, especially if I'm reading for someone who tends to be one who might be depressed, so they're dealing with a lot of sadness, a lot of anger, frustration, difficulty focusing, thinking clearly, or someone who might be, abusing, say, drugs, I can pick that up too sometimes. So it just depends. So I have to be careful about that. Even though you may not be doing readings like me, baby, you would still be drawing on other people's energy, not realizing it, even through this stream, just by engaging with others. Because, like me, as an empath, sometimes all I gotta do is read the comment from someone or even just touch the name in the comment that's been typed, and I could pick up the emotions from that person. Like, I'll know if someone's lying to me or not, as an example. So it's all those different things, baby. No, I'm sorry, Anna. Yeah, Karen, that would bother me, babes, because I know I don't like people who are prejudiced. And I had someone in my family who was, but they changed. Actually, my stepdaddy, aka daddy, was one of them. Like, he didn't like black people at all. He used the N word when I was younger. I remember coming home from school, I think, and he was in the living room watching the news, and he was screaming and hollering at TV and saying, "You GDN." It's like, what? And I'm like, I'm still naive. I'm only like 11 years old. And, so he started to explain to me what he was saying and why he was saying it. And I just shook my head. It upset me. I remember I started crying. And I went to my mom. I said, Mom, I said, why is he, calling them this name? I don't understand. What did they do to him? And then I think my daddy explained later that he suffered trauma because I guess he got jumped by a group of black guys one day, and they beat the living daylights out of my daddy. So ever since then, he became that way. So he suffered a trauma. But it's like I told him, and it's like I told my mom. I said, I understand that that group of guys, beat him up, but that doesn't mean everyone else is that way. And that's what hurt me, you know. So it took some years before he changed. And he did eventually change, but it wasn't an easy road to go down. Um, but I was proud to see the changes he made, that he wasn't, prejudiced and racist like that anymore. He got around more people who proved to him that not all people are bad just based on their skin color. So I was very thankful and appreciative of that. No, thank you, Karen. Yeah, Eternal knows all about the negative energy that moves around. Hello, Sonia. How you doing, honey? Yeah, Karen, there's a lot of that, too. And, well, I mean, even think of my mother-in-law. She was racist. She was prejudiced against me, in fact. She kind of had the same thinking that my daddy originally had. Like, she couldn't understand why her son couldn't go out and find 100% Caucasian woman. Like, she couldn't understand why was it that he dated women who, you call exotic, like me, his ex-wife who was Mexican, and so on. And it always cracked me up because it's like, you do realize I'm the closest thing to a white woman your son's ever been with, because I'm half white. But even though I'm half white, I'm not 100% white. So she always had an issue. And she even said to my stepdaughter one time, it was like in the early years of our relationship or our marriage. She said to my stepdaughter one night, she's like, I don't understand why your dad can't go out and find a nice, good white woman to date. And he was already, I think he was engaged or married to me by that point. And it just blew my effing mind. And it pissed me off even more because my stepdaughter is half Mexican. It's like, I can't believe you would say that when your own granddaughter is mixed. Like, but back then, and it makes sense to me. So it took her some years to come around. She finally did. And she finally admitted that she was wrong for believing the way she believed and thought and all that. But you see, it had to take her, just like my daddy, being around people who weren't white to see that there are others, that not everyone's the same, in order for them to get past their prejudice, their racism. So I was thankful at least it could be someone like me and a couple other people, instead of them going forever in their life never experiencing that, because they would have never gotten, had anyone else in their circle who is anything but white if it wasn't for someone like me. So, yep, I don't see color, but y'all know me. I don't see, I love with my heart and my soul, not with my eyes. Well, that's good to know, Anna. Seriously, Bob, you're right about that, baby. I know, Moonchild. I wasn't raised that way either, and that's what blew my mind, because my mama wasn't that way. And even my real father, my biological father, wasn't that way. Obviously they couldn't be because they got married and had 3 kids. So, but then I also learned that my Asian side of the family, my father's family, they weren't racist, but they didn't believe in um, interracial marriages either. So it's like, because of them being, Japanese and Hawaiian, they felt all the kids can only go and date Japanese or Hawaiian. That everyone else was off limits. And that was the way my stepfather felt originally, too. Like, I could only date within my race. I couldn't go outside my race, period. So, and that bothered me. It's like, okay, well, I mean, I did date other ethnicities, but, when I did get married, I did marry my ethnicity. But of course, I know my Asian side would have rather him been, Asian than white. But whatever. I mean, I love everybody, and that's the way my mama was. So it always blew my mind that even my mama would date someone who was racist, like the way my stepfather was. But mama was like me too. She loved with her heart, not with her eyes. So she saw beyond, that one thing about him that I would have thought would make her not get involved with him, but she did. She fell in love and got married and had my brother. Hey Scott, how you doing, baby? Hi Daphne, how you doing, beautiful? It's good to see you again, honey. Who are you talking about, Eternal, when you're saying your adopted daughter? You talking about, you said Lana's boyfriend? Is that who you're talking about? You see Crayonly, Moonchild? Yeah, that's the way I see it. Scott, I'm doing good, baby. Thank you for asking. Exactly, Chief. And I was raised to love everybody, regardless. And, so it always hurts me when I see people throwing hate, the hate speech and being prejudiced and racist. It does get to me. I can't stand it because I'm not racist at all. I love everybody. Oh, it's a pleasure to see you, Daphne. Agreed, Bob. It is. It absolutely is. I need to grab some beef jerky. I'll be right back, y'all. Absolutely. That's right, Sunnyland. That's how I am, honey. Yeah, I got a munch. Yeah, Scott. I got some sleep, baby. I needed it. I, I don't realize how worn out I get until it's my days off and then I crash. And when I say I crash, I crash. And that's right, Anna. Yeah, I'm doing theme night. Scott, Daphne, and anyone else who came in the room. I'm doing a 3-card pull for $5. If y'all are interested. Thank you, Eternal. Just so I can conserve. Ooh, I just saw a big, huge spirit orb on my wall. To help me conserve some of my energy. So, like, I'll just keep it like Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Do the in-depth readings that y'all are used to seeing me do. But just for like a mini read, a 3-card pull, it's $5. So I pulled out my Obsidianville, which is a goddess deck. I have my Kipper deck, which is another form. It's another form of tarot. It's just a little different. And then a Rebel card. Oh, Karen, of course, sweetheart. You know you can email me anytime, honey. Hi, Maurice. Thank you, Scott. I just got it, baby. Thank you. Hi, Maurice. Okay, Scott. Thank you, baby. How you doing, Maurice? It's good to see you, baby. Outlaw, what's wrong with string cheese? Cheese is cheese. You have that feeling again, Bob? Yeah, I'm sure. I do too, baby. I'm waiting for it. Okay, Daphne. I just got yours, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Daphne. I just got it, beautiful. Oh, I like Gouda cheese. I also like feta. But one of my favorites is pepper jack. Especially with my beef jerky. Do I see a bright, healthy future with my current partner? Okay. Let me see, honey. Let me see if I can try and answer this with a couple cards here. Let's see what the future holds. Alright, Spirit, for Daphne. What's the future? Okay, I'll do it for you this way. Hello, Christina. Thank you, honey. That's very sweet of you. You have a good night too, honey. Alright, Spirit. Show me for Daphne, please. Well, you trying to decide, beautiful, if you still want a future with him? Like, I feel like, Daphne, you're at a decision. You're at a crossroads, beautiful. Because I get the feeling, Daphne. Okay, I pulled these couple cards. Instead of pulling from my other goddess deck, I just pulled you a second card from my Kipper deck. First card is decisions. I feel like you're at this crossroads of trying to decide if you really want this relationship with him or not. If you want this to go further, you know, now that you are carrying his baby, despite you're carrying his child, is this really the long term that you want with him? Or, you know, do you see yourself being single again and finding someone else? So, and what I see here with it, I get the conversation card. And this conversation card is pretty much telling me that there seems to be a gap in communication. Like I get the feeling that you aren't able to feel like you're being heard when you tell him how you feel, you know, or what you think about certain things. Like maybe he doesn't take your opinions, your wants, your desires into serious consideration. You know, instead of, you know, acting as a couple, as in, you know, we and us, it's more like I get the energy of you and I. So, which is separate. So I get this feeling there's a big imbalance here where I don't feel like it feels like one solid union, you know, where y'all are working together. It feels very separate. And I feel like there seems to be this judgment of, is this something that you can see the long term? Like, can communication between y'all come, you know, become better? But first, you got to be able to look at each other and see this as one solid union instead of being two separate people, knowing y'all are, you know, expecting y'all are becoming one. You know, whether y'all, you know, officially walk down the aisle or not, but you're, you know, you're having a baby together. You know, to me, that's, it doesn't get any closer than that outside of walking down the aisle. So, does he really see this as a partnership? And when he communicates with you and you communicate with him, is there like this communication of using us and we instead of you and I or me and you know, if that makes any sense? Beautiful. You know, Daphne, what I would say to you, honey, everybody communicates differently, you know, and it's always that thing that I always try and tell people, like, just because you sit here and you listen to what someone says, you know, like you hear them out, but did you really listen? Which means did you actually honestly take the time and absorb, you know, digest everything that person said to where you understood, you comprehend what they're saying, where they're coming from. And many times people say, "Well, I heard what they said." Okay, just because you heard, did you listen though? Hearing and listening are two different things, okay? So, I feel like, you know, he's not listening, is what I'm getting. So there has to be a turning of this to where you got to get it to where both of y'all sit down and you feel like you're being heard and understood, which means he's actually listening. Like, to me, he would want to listen and make sure he understands where you're coming from, as, you know, you're his partner, you're his love, you know, your wants and desires should be just as important as his own. Because again, y'all are supposed to be acting as a team, as one, not two, but as one. So, and that's something that I would encourage you to express to him to get him to understand, like, we're supposed to be a team now. You know, it's not me against you. It's us against the world per se, if he wants to look at it from that standpoint. And sometimes people when you communicate, people understand things differently. So like maybe he's not a good listener. Like maybe he's not as good as actually hearing you when you speak, right? But maybe if you go through and type it out on, you know, like in an email or write it out on a piece of paper and give it to him, maybe he'll understand it better. And then maybe you'll finally feel like you've been understood. Like he is taking your feelings, your opinions into heart and absorbing it. you know, where, you know, he'll come back and, you know, say this or that, you know. Because I find many times, especially with men, they need something to look at because they're visual creatures, right? So if you hand them a piece of paper where they have to visually look at it, they'll absorb the information more so than us just speaking it. You know, I'm not saying that applies to all men, but generally speaking, that's been my experience. So that might be something you want to try and see if that changes the dynamic. But as it sits right now, beautiful, I mean, I don't get anything else, like anything bad. I think it's just the gap of the communication where y'all need to be on the same page and figure out how to communicate to where both of y'all feel understood, where both of y'all are listening to each other. And, you know, and for clarity, if you want to ever know if he's actually listening to you, after you tell him, after you express something to him, say to him, okay, did you understand what I just said to you? And if he says yes, then say to him, okay, can you tell me, you know, what did you understand about what I would just explain to you? And let him explain it to you. And that will tell you right there how well he listened, how well he's understanding you. And that will kind of help it along too. It's just an adjustment, Daphne, is what I feel. I feel like it could be worked through, honey. Like if you're willing to put in the effort, but he has to want to work through it too and be patient and not get, you know, worked up and frustrated to where it causes tension and stress. It's just a matter of finding that time where you know he's listening. You have his undivided attention to where he's not being distracted by the TV, by his cell phone, by kids, by other people. Like, find that time where you know it's just you and him and say to him what you need to say, you know? Or even wait when y'all go to bed, like pillow talk. You ever hear people talk about, you know, couples having pillow talk? They tend to do it right before they go to sleep. You know, they'll be in bed and they just kind of are laying there and just kind of talking, you know, as they're trying to settle in and unwind and get comfortable, fall asleep. That'd be another time I would do it to where he's more at ease. But he shouldn't feel insulted, Daphne. That's what I don't understand. Why does he feel insulted? Because you're asking him to explain exactly what you just expressed to him? That that's the wrong way to take that. And that to me, that kind of lacks like emotional intelligence. Um I don't want to say maturity. I mean it borders it, yes, but I feel like there has to be another way you can communicate to where he doesn't feel that way, because he shouldn't. He shouldn't feel insulted when you want confirmation that he took time to listen to you. He's paying attention. He's being attentive. You know, it's like how, you know, some may understand this, others may not. But like men and women, obviously, we're different, right? Men are more about the physical intimacy. Women were more about the emotional intimacy. In order to get us to want to be physically intimate, I'm not just talking about sex, I'm talking about just be affectionate, be lovey-dovey. You got to connect to us mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. You have to make us feel safe and secure. You know, you have to make us feel like when I'm in your arms, I know I'm safe. I know I'm being looked after. I know I'm protected. I know I'm being provided for. I know that the person is holding me right now will never allow anything to come and hurt me or to harm us. There's that safety in that emotional bond. You know, being in the person you love's arms. You know, men may not understand that always, but I know you do as a woman. And it's different. It's that emotional intimacy that will then be the bridge to the physical intimacy. So men, listen up here. You want your lady to, you know, get all hot and heavy in the bedroom? Connect to her emotionally. Once you get to her emotionally and make her feel safe, loved, heard, understood, attentive, protected, provided for, all them things. I mean, she might want to rock your world, and I'm just going to leave it like that. Let's just keep this classy here. So it's a matter of how you want to approach this, Daphne. Beautiful. I would even encourage you, if you can, if the resources are there, I would encourage you to take your partner to some type of, like, because y'all aren't married yet, but, I feel like y'all are going to be, or y'all engaged to, like, some type of premarital counseling so y'all can work this out, to work on those communication barriers, because a counselor is one who's going to be like the person in the middle. They're going to mediate, okay? They're not going to be so much on one person's side over the other when you're coming to them as, a couple. They're there to be on both sides. So they're going to be that middle person to try and find that balance, to find that reasoning, to compromise and meet in the middle. So I would encourage you to do that, sweetheart, if you can't, to work on the communication here. And I think once you get through that, if y'all can come to that compromise where you truly feel like you're being heard and understood, that yes, I feel like there would be a brighter future where you feel more secure. You would feel safe. You would feel happy. You would be able to see the long haul with him. That's what my intuition is picking up. Daphne, and that's sad, beautiful. And I get different cultures handle things differently, but that's where you challenge him. Not necessarily change his mind to believe in the way he's, believed being from the islands, but to be more open of other ways, that there's other possibilities of how you can go about working on relationships, how to fix things, how to navigate, how to be able to compromise, and so forth. Because the way I would present it to him, Daphne, is, you know, like I'll say this to you, beautiful, and I say this often, you know, I, I'm, I'm not a prideful person in the sense that I can't admit when I'm wrong. If I did something wrong, I will openly admit it and I will apologize for it. Okay. I'm not prideful in that way. Um, and how I say to people, I'd rather be wrong and be happy than have to be right and be miserable. So that's how I would present it to your partner. Again, present it to him that y'all are a team. Y'all are on the same side. And all you're wanting to do is make this team, you and him, and the family you are building, a solid team, the foundation, because you want it to last forever. And this is how you foresee building this stronger bond, to be able to learn how to communicate better. And tell him, are y'all on the same team? Does he want to win with you or not? Because winning to me is being able to come to the table and say, okay, I don't know everything. Yeah, there's still things I got to learn, but I'm willing to put in the energy and the effort to work on this so our relationship can last. That's where he needs to come from, that ego. It's like, I feel like he feels like his ego is being attacked. He's on the defense. You're trying to be offense. And he needs to understand. Like when y'all argue, that's when he would be more defensive, just like you. And when you argue, you're not going to hear each other. But if you can calm down and talk to each other respectfully, y'all both are on offense. Y'all both are more receptive to sitting there and listening to each other and trying to understand the other person's point of view and coming to the table and finding the middle. So that's how I present it to him, Daphne. Is, you want you and him to win the long haul. And this is how you feel better of going about it. Y'all just need some help on how to communicate better to make sure both are being listened to and understood. So it's either he can be right and be miserable and take the chance that this relationship doesn't last, or he can win with you and be happy for the long haul. I hope that makes sense, Daphne. I hope that helps to answer your question, honey. And for kicks and giggles, Daphne, I got my Rebel deck over here. And pull a Rebel card real quick. Can I get one card from Miss Daphne, Spirit? Please and thank you. Okay. Rebel card I got for you, Daphne, says, what the hell are you waiting for? Get that ish done. And it says, if you are waiting for a sign, well, here it effing is. So here's your sign. That's funny. I like that. And that's what I got for you, girlfriend. Thank you again for trusting me to read for you, sweetheart. Okay, Scott. Baby, you got a question, or you just want me to do a quick general? Pulling from my Goddess deck and the Kipper deck. You're welcome, honey. All right, baby. What Scott need to know right now, Spirit? Countering, huh? Okay. Spirit. For Scott, please. Ooh. I remember I pulled this card once before, but I didn't pull it for you, baby. I pulled it for someone else. Where is she? Can I get one card for Scott, please, and thank you. All right, Scott, you ready, baby? Hi, JK. You stay ready. Love it, love it, love it. All right, baby. This is from my Kipper deck. And the one I pulled for you is Living Room. And this is a card that's all about your position. Like, is there something you have to reevaluate? Like, how much space you give to others? You know, it comes down to, like, how much of yourself do you allow others to know? Like, without crossing your boundaries. So, do you, open yourself up that allows, you to be like an open book with people where, nothing's off limits. You don't, feel like you have the type of privacy that maybe others might feel a need to have. Um, or is it to where you're battling to have more privacy, to not allow people to cross your boundaries when you do put up, when you say, no, this is off limits, this is my, personal life. I choose to not share this or share that. So it's a matter of where you stand to reevaluate, you know, how much of yourself are you willing to allow people to be open to, like an open book. Are you only going to allow them to read the first few chapters of your book to yourself, or are you going to allow them to read the whole story up to this point? So that's pretty much what this card's about. Spirit's encouraging you to evaluate what's most important and how much of you and your privacy do you want, that matters to you without, allowing others to constantly cross your boundaries, because that can be like a, a nail on your side that can cause a lot of tension and can create more problems and conflict, especially if you're unable to communicate with others that, certain things are off limits. you know, and being able to say and stand up for yourself, tell someone that's none of your business, or no, that's private, that's, you know, off limits. So you've had real issues with boundaries in your past. Yeah, because even for me, baby, I have the gathering card at the bottom. So this tells me this involves people close to you. Friends, family, a lot of different people. Whoever you allow, whenever you get together with someone, that there's this issue of people not respecting your boundaries, not respecting you, not respecting your personal life, your personal space, you know, what you choose to do, you know, how you choose to live your life. That, you know, it's not just because, like, say it's our family, for example, like our parents. Just because we have parents and, you know, we're their children, does that mean they get to know every single thing about us, especially when we become adults and start living our own lives? No. We don't have to tell mom and daddy everything. You know, some of us may be okay and want to. You know, like if my mom was alive, I'd tell her everything. You know, but now daddy, on the other hand, yeah, there's probably certain things I probably wouldn't tell him about. But I'd be more of an open book with my mama. But I'm saying, you know, at least there's that boundary. I understand that. So that's what you got to work on, baby, is putting up those boundaries with people. So people don't cross your boundaries to where it invades your space. It makes you defensive to where it can cause tension, to where it can start, you know, an argument, especially when you're standing up and defending your own space, which you have every right to do, baby. So don't think you're wrong in that. Even if that's to your own family. You know, just because they're family doesn't mean they have all rights to you. And I feel like Spirit wants to remind you of that. And then I pulled from my goddess deck. And the one I got for you is Red Riding Hood, the path of innocence. And it says, even the smallest among us possesses the strength to defy the lurking shadows. And it says, Red Riding Hood's story is often seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers of being naive and the importance of trust and vigilance. Red Riding Hood serves as a symbol of caution, vulnerability, and the need for inner strength. It represents the experience of being naive and trusting, only to have that trust exploited or abused by others. It serves as a reminder to be cautious and discerning in our interactions and to learn from past experiences. Develop a healthy skepticism while maintaining an open heart. Find a balance between vulnerability and self-protection. By recognizing our own naive, we can empower ourselves to make wiser choices and cultivate resilience in the face of deceit. Remember, your innocence is a precious gift, but it should be cherished and protected. So, baby, this kind of confirms exactly what I was saying with this card. You know, be cautious. Don't be afraid, you know, to speak up for yourself. You know, don't allow people to look at you like you're, you know, you're naive, like you don't know better. And they know everything, so they need to know everything about you. No, they don't. You're an adult. This is your life. It's up to you to learn it and to live it the best way you know how. What you see fit, not what everybody else around you sees fit. So reinforce those boundaries, baby. Make it, you know, a center point of your life right now when it comes to your relationships and making those connections, especially if people in the past have constantly um crossed them, which is just rude and it's disrespectful. It's inconsiderate of you and your feelings. So don't ever be afraid to speak up for yourself. Stand up for who you are and what you want. And if that pisses people off, oh, baby, you know, I'm not, you know, saying, you know, you're intending to go out there and piss people off. But you can't please everybody, right? You can't be that people pleaser to be like, okay, well, because this person's very sensitive, I can't go up there and say, listen, you know, what I do with my significant others, my business kind of, you know, just as an example. No, baby, you still should be able to speak how you feel, where those lines are, and other people not be offended by it. And if they are, that's their problem, okay? And that's how you got to look at it, baby. Don't make it your problem. Oh, well, Scott, I'm happy to hear that, baby. I'm happy that we've been able to be here for you, to help you, baby. I'm glad that this place has been a helpful healing space for you. And then, Scott, I got your Rebel card here. And it says, your body is pissed at you. Get the F outside, move your behind. Sounds like someone's been a little couch potato lately. Time to get up, get moving, baby. I love that for you, Scott. Thank you, baby, for trusting me to read for you. And thank you for the donation, baby. It means the world to me. Hi, Eric. How you doing, baby? And hi to everyone else that came in the room. Welcome, beautiful people. All right. Eternal. You said you're paying for the next one, so... Hi, Hans. How you doing, baby? Okay, Eternal. Hello, friends. Listen, if you're looking for a reading, it's $5 for a mini reading tonight. And if you want a more in-depth reading, you'd have to come back to me tomorrow night. My more in-depth readings are $30 US. Hi, Nataraj. If I didn't say your name right, I apologize. Thank you, honey. That's very sweet of you. That's great to hear, Hans. That's what I want to hear, baby. I'm happy you're doing well. I want everybody to be doing well and be happy. Lalit, yes, this is tarot cards. Okay, beautiful people. Lalit, I'm doing paid readings, honey. So, you can get a mini reading. This is for tonight only for $5 US. Oh, that's wonderful to hear, Bob. I'm glad that the chest pain has calmed down, baby. You're going to have us worrying about you, baby. A Royal Enfield. What is that, Eric? I don't know what that is, baby. Hey, Chief, that's good luck for me, baby. I always like seeing your face. I'm happy you're back. Hello, Joanne. Okay, it's a bike. I mean, Eric, that's a nice gift, baby. You should do what you want to do, baby. Do you want to buy her a bike? If you want to buy her a bike, if you think that will make her birthday the best, go for it, baby. How long you been with her? Y'all been together some years, right? That's funny, Sunny Land. Okay, well, I think she deserves a bike, baby. She's put up with you for 8 years, baby. Yeah, get her the bike, baby. I think she'll really love it and appreciate it. Hey, Eric, next year, can I ask for a bike for my birthday? Well, there you go, Eric. See? At least if she doesn't ride it and enjoy it, you can still enjoy it. You'll get me a big wheel. Okay, baby. Exactly. A big wheel. You're so funny, baby. Okay, beautiful people. Hi, Luke. How you doing, baby? Huh. Well, Eternal, I guess we might as well do it the same way. Yes, I am, Luke. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too, baby. It's good to see you. Okay, let me think. Let me think of a number. Okay, beautiful people. For the new people who came into the room, I'm doing $5 mini readings for thing night. So I have my Goddess Oracle deck that I'm pulling a card from. And I have my Kipper deck too, which is like a tarot deck. So I'm pulling one card from each deck and a Rebel card. But, Eternal Light paid for the next person to get a free reading on him. So So we're going to play a little game, beautiful people. If y'all are interested in trying to win this free reading, I need y'all to guess a number between 1 and 50. So, and when I say go, y'all start typing, and don't stop typing numbers until I tell y'all to stop. Okay? So if y'all beautiful people are ready, pick a number between 1 and 50. And keep typing until I tell y'all to stop. If y'all want to guess to win a reading, keep going. Keep going. Oh, Eric got it. You lucky. Eric got it. It was 43. All right, Eric. Way to go, baby. You know, I should charge you anyways, Eric, for being a pain in my behind. All right, baby. Baby, do you have a question, or do you just want, are you just going to trust me and what Spirit wants you to know? Yeah, congratulations, Eric. How is your stepdad doing? Huh? Baby, you know I can't read on other people's energy like that. He died 15 years ago. Well, baby, that's a mediumship reading, baby, and I'm not using my mediumship deck. But, baby, you've been coming here long enough, baby. You know I have my mediumship deck. That's a more in-depth reading. And you know I can do that for you tomorrow. No, it costs you $30, baby. Okay. If you seriously want to know how your stepdad's doing, we can do that tomorrow, baby. You just have to let me know. Alright, Eric. You'll do it when I get my Japanese deck. Okay, baby. Yeah, I can use that tarot deck with the mediumship one. I'm hoping it'll be here any day now. Alright, Spirit. I can't wait to get it. I've been waiting to get a tarot deck that's part of my heritage, so now I got a Japanese deck. They have a second one I want to get, but I'm waiting to get it. I want to check out the first one to see if I really like it or not. If the quality's there, and if it is, then I'll get the other one. And then I'm going to go through and get a couple Hawaiian decks too. You'll buy the winner of the 10th reading a full reading in the next 3 days. Okay, baby. It's very sweet of you. Alright, Spirit. What does Eric need to know? I've been overthinking things, Eric. That's what Spirit's telling me, at least. I don't know, Bob. I haven't seen her. I'm gonna try and message her because I thought about her earlier. Reach out to her because I've been waiting for her to show up. You overthink everything. Okay. Yeah, well, Spirit's telling me that. The card I pulled out. So let me get this other card, baby. Can I get a card for Eric, please, Spirit? Hello, Saul. Spirit, can I get a card for Eric, please, and thank you. Nope, no, it's for Dover, so no fates. Well, this is interesting. Like you would have thought they would put this in alphabetical order to make it easier, but nope. I think I understand why this card came out. Now that makes sense to me. Considering what I know about you, baby. Spirit. Alright, Spirit. One card for Eric, please, and thank you. Hi, America. I mean, seriously. All right. Eric. Murky thoughts. That's 33. All right. You ready, Eric? Hello, Kennedy. How you doing, sweetheart? All right, Eric. The card I pulled for you, baby, is Murky Thoughts. And this is a card that stands for ruminating thoughts. And it indicates someone who is a worrying, brooding type of person. And what it speaks about is it shows us the unpredictability of our thoughts. And monkey mind is a term that originally comes from Buddhism. It means this means our constantly buzzing thoughts are compared to monkeys who jump from tree to tree, erratic, unexpected, inconsistent, and moody. Thoughts like to make themselves independent and spin again and again around the same topic. But that is why we cannot come to a consensus. This is Spirit's way of pointing out to us that ruminating is an eternal process and has nothing to do with reality. It asks us to watch our thoughts and to become aware of which situations bring us to worrying. It wants us to inspire us to calm our monkey mind by practicing mindfulness, exercises, yoga, meditation, or other methods of relaxation. If we succeed in this, not only will we reduce stress and improve our health, but we will also see more clearly. So this is like an 8, 9 of swords type card, baby, where you're constantly thinking, thinking the same thing over and over again, replaying events in your head. It's a card of not able to sleep at night because you're constantly worrying, stressing over something. Something that's more likely out of your control. But even more so, it's you also foreseeing the worst outcome. Instead of seeing the possible best outcome or somewhere in the middle, you constantly foresee the worst outcome happening. And then as time progresses on, when the outcome does come out to play, come to fruition, and turns out being more than likely the worst case scenario because you manifested it into your reality by worrying about it, by stressing, by overthinking. So, baby, you need to learn how to calm your, thoughts down, baby, and be more positive. Try and think of, things that can help calm you. I know you have a stressful job, you shared, what your job involves and entails, and then I can understand. I can understand where a lot of your constant worry comes from. That's a big responsibility, baby. But you know, by over analyzing everything and staying awake at night, that's not going to help, you know, your patients that you're there to help take care of and make sure they're being well taken care of and looked after. So you got to still see the positive in things, baby. And then the goddess card I pulled for you, Eric, is called the Fates. And it says, we shape all paths, for every thread has a purpose and every destiny is intertwined. So this is the Fates. And this card, the Fates, emphasizes interconnectedness of all existence and the importance of accepting the outcomes that come our way. While their power is often viewed as unchangeable, they remind us that our decisions play a role in shaping our destiny and encourage us to consider the consequences of our actions. Recognize that certain events and circumstances are beyond your control and part of a larger plan. The fate suggests that you may be facing uncertainty or a significant life transition. Embrace the unknown. Surrender to the forces beyond your control. Trust them. By embracing your role in shaping your own destiny, finding serenity in surrendering to the unknown, and making conscious choices aligned with your higher self, you can navigate the tapestry of life with grace and wisdom. I mean, this card goes perfectly with this one, you know, talking about your thoughts and how it's out of your control, and for you to just to trust. Trust in the universe, trust in the divine, but more so, trust in yourself too, baby. Trust that you're making the right decisions, the best decisions you can make in the time in what you know. You know, that's all any of us can do. We can make the best decision with the information we know at the present time, you know. And once, you know, something is done, and I just saw a bright gold spirit orb, so that's confirmation for you, baby, that you need to be reminded of that you're doing your best, given what you know at the time. And that's all anybody can ask or expect of you. You know, does that mean that we're always going to make the right decision? Of course not. Because there's other things that can come behind it that tells us, well, that kind of changes everything, you know, to where you would probably take a step back and say, well, if I had known that, I wouldn't have made this choice. I would have made the other choice. But you can't go back and undo it, baby. All you can do is make the best choices, the best decisions in the time that you're giving them with the information you know. And that's all you can do. The rest of it, you got to let go. And yeah, there could be something that can come after the fact that will make you, you know, question yourself, but you didn't know it at the time you had to make those choices and those decisions. So trust yourself. Stop kicking yourself in the butt for making the wrong choices or thinking, if only I had known this, if only I had known that, I would have done this. You can't do that, baby. There's no, doing the past. All you can do is take what you've learned from your past, bring it into your present, and apply the lessons. So maybe you can help, change the odds in your favor to not make maybe the same choice again, or be able to know that maybe with a different outcome that this is what could happen with the knowledge you've been given with what you know at the time. And that's all you can do, baby. So get control of your thoughts, Eric. And then the Rebel card I pulled for you is this. Look, it has dollar signs, and it's kind of funny since you were asking us about a gift for your girlfriend. And the back of it says, make it rain, baby. Well, you know what, baby? Make it rain over here because I need to have my car fixed. And that's what I have for you, baby. I hope that helps, Eric. I hope that provides some guidance, baby, for you. Get my umbrella out. Sounds good, baby. Hey, I'll get a couple umbrellas out. Just make it rain this way. Oh, you're so welcome, baby. Thank you for trusting me to read for you. But thank Eternal Light, he paid for that one for you. Crazy, right? Well, you know, baby, I'm not psychic for nothing. Or as Eternal Light calls me, a divine oracle. We leaving, Nancy. Well, have a good night, honey. Nope, you were meant to hear that tonight, baby. You needed that kick in the butt. Well, you got it. I'm giving you a swift kick in the butt. Get out of your head, baby. Man, she's wicked. Well, so is she. Today was a rough day. I'm sorry, Eric. Let's see. How do you buy the next two for people? Eric, all you gotta do is, do you have Zelle or Venmo or PayPal? If you look, Eric, if you look at the chat, you'll see my name highlighted in yellow, baby. If you click on that, it'll tell you, there will be a link for PayPal. If you use Venmo, my email is listed there. All you gotta do to go through Venmo is type in my email address. And it should pull up my account. It'll say Amanda Nakano. As in Nakano. And that's very sweet of you, baby. Thank you, James, for posting that. Okay. I need to munch some more. Yes, YS. I know it's loaded with caffeine. That's why I drink it, honey. So I can work all night. It's my coffee. Chief, you're so funny. Yeah, baby. Well, why yes, I drink them every day. The white peach. I'm gonna have to try that one, baby, because I haven't seen it yet. So I'm gonna have to go up to the gas station and see if I can find it. See if they have it. Have you tried the wild berry, Scott? It's okay. Um, my favorite is this one. This is my favorite. But this is also, you know, pretty close to being at the top of the list, too. Okay, Eric. I just got your Venmo. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you so much. That was so sweet of you, baby. Yeah, Scott, it's strawberry apricot. Well, Kennedy, I love angels. If you want to send it to me, baby, I'll take it. I'll hang it on my wall in here. Oh, yeah, Chief, I got those too, baby. See? I got those too that I need every now and then. In fact, I thought I had a second one. Unless I left it somewhere, I already drank it. Oh, Kennedy, that's very sweet of you, baby, for offering. Yeah, I'll hang it on my wall back here. Deborah, my name is Amanda. Okay, Karen, we'll have sweet dreams, beautiful. We'll catch up later, honey. Oh, I do too, Chief. Sometimes I need that extra kick. Okay, Kennedy, you would have to send me an email, sweetheart. And then I can send you an address where you can send it to. No, you'd have to send me an email, honey. Ouch. Hi, Cheryl. I'm gravy, beautiful. Thank you for asking. How you doing, honey? Okay. Hi, my beautiful ninja. How you doing, sweetheart? I'm doing good here, honey. I'm just munching real quick. My weekend was good. Thank you for asking. How was yours, Majestic? Taking a break eating like me, huh? Yeah. Well, that's good. You're eating too, beautiful. Hello, Pearl Game. That's what I love to hear. Majestic, you deserve all those surprises. I know you're a great mama. Thank you, Pearl. Yeah, I got flowers, balloons, and my grandkids made me a card. So I heard from my stepdaughter. Oh, Eric, I need my caffeine, baby. I gotta have it. Gotta have my Red Bull and energy salts. And I also drink this too. So, I'm bad. Probably why I crash on my day off. Oh, thank you, honey. I'm glad you had a wonderful Mother's Day, too. You're bougie, Eric? Oh, my brother would have fun with you then. Because he thinks me and his wife are bougie. Hey, Kennedy. This is what I drink all night, sweetheart. See? And I got more in the fridge. That's what keeps me going. Oh, Hans, I love my Code Red too, baby. Oh, nothing wrong with that, Eric. A gorilla mind today, that's why you can't sleep. Oh, I thought it's because you enjoyed being here with me, baby. Oh, really? You know, Kennedy, I drink these around the clock, baby. And I've been drinking them for over 20 years. And yes, you heard me correctly. I've been drinking them for over 20 years. I'm that old. Oh, Eric, I feel so special, baby. You stay up late just to hang out with me, baby. You're 56, I'm 44. Mm. Kennedy, that's not old. 56 ain't nothing, honey. Hey, Moonchild. I mean, I still feel like I'm in my 20s. But nope, I just turned 44. It's crazy for me to say that, too, that I just turned 44 because I don't feel 44. I don't act like I'm 44. I mean, I still feel like I'm in my mid-20s. And people say I definitely don't look it, so. Oh, well, thank you, Moonchild. I do feel younger. I mean, you know what's funny? Y'all want to hear something funny? Um, I was looking on Facebook the other day because, I got Facebook for the channel. So if you were to ever try to look me up, you won't find me under my legal name. You would find me under like T's, as in like sweet tea, TEA, but add an S to it. And then my last name, it's for the channel. But I was on there the other day looking at something, and I saw this advertisement come across. It was of this, beautiful woman wearing this nice, beautiful dress, but it was a short dress. And I kind of looked at it and it's like, oh, wow. Now that kind of looks more like a hoochie mommy dress. Have y'all ever heard that term? I have not used that term in years. Hoochie mama. And that's when I really felt like I was old. Yes, Cheryl, I do. I got Zelle too, beautiful. All you gotta do is type in my email address, Cheryl, and it should go right to it, honey. Either use Zelle or Venmo. Isn't that funny, Majestic? I'll have to show you a picture of it. I was so tempted to get it though, girlfriend. Because I'm sitting, I'm like, man, that's a beautiful dress. Even though it would be like a hoochie mama dress, it wouldn't be something I would be able to wear out without being, let's say, at the beach, we'll say, right? Because I mean, I'd be afraid to sit down and I'd be afraid to bend over. And I'll just leave it like that. That's how short this dress is. But it was a pretty dress. It's like, oh man, should I get this dress? Like, even though it's a hoochie mama dress, like, um, oh wait, I gotta remember my age though. I'm not in my 20s anymore either. It's like, well, maybe not. It may not look nearly as good on me now as it would 20 years ago. Oh, so it's a pretty dress. So I'm still thinking about it. Oh, and there was a black one too. And this one was a long dress though, and it was lace. And I really want this one. But I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, Amanda, that'd be great. That'd be a beautiful, black, elegant lace dress to have. But where the hell am I going to wear it to? I don't have nowhere to go to, so. Majestic, there's still a time and a place. Yeah, you're right, honey. This is true. God knows I need to go to the beach. I'm way overdue for a vacation at the beach. Chief, you're being quiet, behaving. Yeah, we'll see if I get it. I mean, I already got a couple other dresses I still gotta wear. Hey, Kennedy, there's nothing wrong with that, baby. So maybe I'll get these dresses. Wait and see. I still gotta get my car fixed first. Saving up for Miami. Ooh. Ooh, Majestic. You'll be closer to me, honey. I may have to fly down there. Meet you down there, girlfriend. I know this mermaid's way overdue for a beach vacation, though. Not much I do know. Yeah, I know. Kennedy, you might be right, baby. I would need one of those dresses. It was pretty. Like I said, it was pretty. I gotta try my other dress I got. Never been to Miami, though. I hate when I get food in my teeth. Oh, sweet. Sweet Majestic. At least she still wants to go places with her parents. That's a good thing, beautiful. That just goes to tell you, honey. You and your hubby raised a beautiful baby girl. Love it. All right, beautiful people. I need to go brush my teeth really quick. Oh, definitely, Scott. Doing these mini readings is helping me conserve my energy. So, but the next 3 nights, I'll be doing the more in-depth readings. That's where my energy will get drained. So, I'm trying to kind of like try things out, see, so I don't get so drained. Okay, honey. Well, thank you for stopping in and checking on me, my beautiful ninja. I mean, that's true. Kennedy, you're right, honey. Definitely, Luke. There's always a good group of people in here. Alright. I gotta go brush my teeth, y'all. I'll be right back. Hello, Sean. I'm right here. Sean, I have a stepdaughter. Yes. I don't have any biological kids, but I have a child by marriage. And 3 grandbabies. And yes, I'm doing a $5 card pull tonight. In case y'all just got here. It's theme night, so I'm pulling from my Goddess Oracle deck and my Kipper deck, which is like a tarot deck, and then a Rebel card to go with it. For $5 US. And Eric, your girlfriend's allergic to melons? That stinks, honey. I'm so glad I don't have any food allergies. But yeah, you gotta be careful with them food allergies, baby. Thank you, Scott. I thought so. Could have raised it to 10, but I was keeping it at 5. So people can't sit there and say they can't afford it. I love cantaloupe. I think 10 is a bargain too. Well, thank you for thinking so, honey. I was trying to keep it where it was affordable for everyone. So nobody can come in here and say they can't go through and afford $5. Everybody can afford $5. Okay. All right. Yuck. You don't like bourbon, Shane? Bourbon's okay. Hello, CBSE. How you doing? Oh, thank you, Eric. I guess I could always charge more. but I won't. Hello, Tony. Good morning, babe. How you doing, sweetheart? Give you an old-fashioned any day, Eric. I wouldn't mind, you know, like I like vodka with pineapple juice. Okay, Moonchild. Well, you have some beautiful, sweet dreams, honey. And have a good day tomorrow. I'll get to your email after I'm done with the stream. So sweet dreams to your girlfriend. See you tomorrow night. Good night, beautiful. I love you too, Moonchild. Okay. So, Eric paid for someone to get a free reading. So, beautiful people. Let's see. Let me think of one. Alright, if y'all want to win a free mini reading, when I say go, y'all start typing numbers. Pick a number between 1 and 50. Whoever gets the number right first will win. Are y'all ready? Go. Keep going. Eternal light got it. Chief. Oh, Chief, you got it right behind him, too. That's funny. Look. See? 27, so y'all know I ain't cheating. Alright, Eternal. You know, Chief, you did it right there with Eternal. I'll give you one too, baby. Let Eternal go first. And then I'll do you, Chief. And that just didn't sound right, but you know what I mean. Yeah, he does. Rigged. Whatever. Bob, you didn't even start typing until later, baby. All right. Eternal, you want me just to pull whatever spirit wants you to know? Oh, Chief, come on now. Oh, thank you, baby. Well, Chief, you're going to get a reading either way, baby, because somebody went through and paid for it. Thank you, baby. That's sweet of you. All right, Spirit. What does Eternal Light need to know right now? Oh, I'm definitely going to hit you, Chief. You got to wait your turn, baby. Let me do Eternal Light first. And then I'll pull cards for you right afterwards, Chief. Alright, Spirit for Eternal. Oh, I had these cards upside down. Well then. That's a blessing. Well, at least I think that is. Oh, I just saw that big orb on my wall again. It was 2 rings, eternal. It wasn't 3 rings, it was 2. Well, need 1 card for eternal. I'm leaving you, Luke. You have a good night, sweetheart. Alright, Spirit for eternal. Spirit. Call for eternal. Well, dang, this sounds like a horror film. Let's see. That's pretty crazy. That goes together too. I can't make this up. Hello, Jamie boy. Hello, Ahmad. Alright, Spirit. For eternal life, please. Yeah, well, that would be my saying right there, too, but... Hello, Lerma. How you doing? Alright, Eternal Light. You ready? Hi, Jim. How you doing, baby? It has been a while. How you been? Hi, TYZ Gaming. Alright, Eternal Light. First card I got for you, baby, is from my Kipper deck, and it's Unexpected Money. And it says, a chameleon sits at the top of a tower. In his left hand, he holds a golden ball. In his right hand, he holds an umbrella with golden coins hanging from it. In the crow at the end of his tail, he holds another gold coin. In this image, the chameleon symbolically represents unexpected changes, and the tower indicates that these changes only can be brought about by a corresponding action. So this card represents the money that you earn, and it can also represent new contracts, or it can represent something unexpected happening. So think of like an unexpected surprise, you know, being gifted money or winning money, or be given an opportunity to make more money. You know, when you look at contracts, it also is a card that represents your worth. It represents what you see and what you show to the outside world, and the things that you define to be, that defines your self-worth, like your material possessions, your money. And it's a card that's supposed to remind us of our true worth. So for you, it's to remind you of your worth. It's also to remind you to always be inclusive and be creative within. And it also is a card that represents having a different perspective, to have that perspective within ourselves, but also with our beliefs, and to, you know, how we handle it, how we internalize it. And it's also a card that shows us being incapable of allowing someone to kind of tell us or conform us to our relationship with money. Um, it's to bring the image outward based on the need for belonging and confirmation. It unconsciously is developed as a strategy that can satisfy this need of compensation. And when we take a look at it, it also asks us of how to look at money and to equate it to our value, and when we feel worthless, and to try and overcompensate or feeling like we're lacking somewhere with our self-worth when we compare our self-worth to our material possessions. So this is to encourage you to look for the cause of where your beliefs are, where you have to take a deeper dive and look at examining your self-worth and where that self-worth comes from, where it's created from its foundation, to bring about truthfulness of how you examine your true self-worth and value instead of allowing money and material possessions to define it for you. So it's all about how our relationship with money, how we internalize it, how we look at it, like how you think of people, as I like to say, and you know this about me. We've had many conversations, even though I like, the finer things in life. Does that equate my value? Do I look at those material possessions to decide what my worth is? No. I just have a preference. Do I still know that I have a lot of value? Do I still know that, I'm a good person? I have a good soul, a good heart, and I believe in myself without those, material possessions, without having the finer things in life? Of course, I know my value is not doesn't equate to the material possessions, how others would use it to be like keeping up with the Joneses, how you see people when they see someone that gets something new, they gotta one up them in order to stay with their peers, to feel like they're winning in life, to feel like they are successful like their peers. I'm not one of those people. So it's a matter of how you perceive your material possessions. Does it define your worth? You know, your relationship with it? Do you feel like you have a healthy relationship with money, with your material possessions? Or do you still feel like you're lacking something? But Spirit's asking you to really take a look at that. And what's crazy is Eternal Light, is the goddess card I pulled for you is Marie Antoinette. And it talks about, it says on here, it says, I am wrapped in my opulence, unaware of the suffering beyond the gilded walls. And it talks about, it says, her lavish lifestyle and perceived indifference to the suffering of others highlights the dangers of detachment and disconnection. It's to remember and have an understanding the struggles of others and cultivating empathy for those facing challenges is of the utmost importance. Reclaiming empathy invites us to reflect on our own attitudes towards wealth, status, and social responsibility, confronting any tendencies towards self-absorption or entitlement, and instead fostering genuine compassion and understanding for others. Develop a deeper awareness of your own privilege and the responsibilities that come with it. What's up? I mean, it's all about self-worth, material possessions, money, and our own relationships and how we see our value when it comes to money, monetary, and the material. And to not judge others for having, too much or not having enough. So, I feel like Spirit wants you to stop judging your worth, judging your value, judging, your self-esteem based on what it is you have, or what you're lacking. That shouldn't matter. That shouldn't define or give you your value. You have value. You have a good heart. You have a good soul. You have a lot to offer. You're very loving. You're a great father. I'm sure you've been a great husband to your wife. Whether she sees it that way or not is completely different. But, I know you're still the type of person who would still give someone the shirt off your back if they needed it, and you would go without. And that I do understand. So I know in that context, you don't have an unhealthy relationship when it comes to money, but as far as being generous with it, but I know, we all have those struggles in life where we feel like, well, if only I had more, I could do this, I can do that, and feeling like, all the hard work we put in, going to work every day, busting our tails, and feeling like we're still not getting paid what we feel we're worth. I think that's where that struggle is. or looking at yourself as people may not accept you the same way because maybe you don't have as much as, your next door neighbor. And that shouldn't matter. Who cares? So reevaluate and know that you should value yourself because you have high value, even without having money or material possessions. Don't allow that to be what defines your self-esteem and your confidence and your worth. You're worth more than that. And then the Rebel card I pulled for you, Eternal, says you're winning. And on the back it says you got a good thing going. Don't ruin don't ruin that crap. But as you can see what it says. So don't ruin it. You got a good thing going. So I like that. Okay, Chief, you ready? He does, Chief. But I think, we all can look at ourselves and wish we had something more to offer. Or, we feel like others judge us too much for what we have or what we lack. And, when I think of people who go through and are the ones who truly tie their value, their self-worth to what they have, to their material possessions. And I'm not talking bad about anyone, understand me, and I'm not judging them, but I understand that they don't feel like they have the same value. Like a quick story, when I got engaged to my insignificant other, he bought me a very nice engagement ring. The center stone was 1.5 carats, and well, his ex saw my ring, and suddenly she was in a hurry to get engaged herself. But not only was she in a hurry to get married, she also had to have a ring, and she told her soon-to-be husband that the diamond needs to be bigger than mine. And this woman is twice my age. So understand me, it's like, what? Like, it just seems like very immature, very childish. But she's like a prime example to me of someone who places her worth based on her material. Like because she's older. And maybe she felt like she had more to offer than what I do, that she should have a bigger diamond to show for it. Fine, I didn't need that to define my worth. I know I'm worthy. I know I deserve a good, loving person to spend my life with and share it with, but she was too caught up in, that. So that's just an example of how I see it. Hello, Christina. How you doing? You're welcome, Eternal. So it resonated. It must have answered what you were wondering about. All right, Chief. Let's see. What does Spirit want to say to you? All right, Spirit, for the troublemaker. You know I love you, Chief. One card for Chief, Spirit, please, and thank you. What does Chief need to hear right now? Ooh. You got a lady in your life, Chief, you ain't telling us about? Who's the lucky lady, Chief? Hello, Dennis. How you doing, baby? Oh, Christina, I'm happy you think the channel's peaceful, sweetheart. We try and keep it that way. Alright, Spirit, one card for Chief, please, and thank you. Not at the moment? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Jim, baby, if you want me to do an in-depth reading, can you wait till tomorrow night? Because I'm just doing mini readings tonight. I'm just pulling a couple of cards for $5. But if you want my in-depth reading, that's $30. Those I'll do tomorrow night, baby. So, alright, Spirit. One card for Chief, please. Thank you. Ooh. I like this deck. I actually had to order the other deck because I'm missing 10 cards from this. It's not that it came with missing 10 cards. It's, they made one that's a collector's edition. So I ordered that one. Hopefully it'll be here by next week. Well, this is a pretty card, though, because it has something in it that I think will speak to you, Chief. Let's see. Elizabeth, Catherine. Where is she? 57. The Blood Countess. Oh, wow. Oh, I think I understand this. All right. Jennifer. Who's Jennifer, Chief? I want to hear all about this Jennifer woman. Ooh. Now there's a story there, Chief. I thought it was me, Chief. I'm teasing. Oh, wow. Really? Now that's sweet, Chief. It's Miss Jennifer. Ooh. Well, she's showing up, baby. Main female person. You don't kiss and tell, but you'll keep me posted. All right, baby. Well, she's showing up. This card represents the female principle, by which emotional value, spirituality, and intuition stand in the foreground. The owl indicates her inner wisdom. The wash indicates transience. With a male questioner, the card can mean that he is experiencing his feminine aspects and is neglecting his masculinity. Well, I don't see anything wrong with that, Chief. But it's also a card that shows the masculine as well as the feminine sides both have their justification, and that only the integration of both can lead to harmony. It also challenges us to become aware of our different aspects and to integrate all of them in their entirety. Only in this way can inner and outer power struggles be overcome. So it sounds like this is all about balancing, baby. You know, even though this, if I was to do a love reading on you, baby, then this is the card I would expect to come out for Jennifer. But what this card's pretty much telling me, baby, is if there's a balancing act here of you trying to balance both your feminine, because we both have divine feminine and divine masculine. And there's trying to balance them both. There's like this tug of war, this battle internally of you trying to balance, you know, them to where one's overriding the other, you know. And truthfully, baby, and this is my personal opinion, okay? Just my opinion, not what Spirit's saying, just my opinion. I think men who are more in tune with their emotional side, with their heart chakra, with being vulnerable and being able to display that, and especially with when it comes to the ladies in his world, but like the woman that he is looking at in a romantic way, that's very attractive, because it tells me that, you know, you wouldn't be someone who would be hesitant to express your love and desire and care and consideration, you know, for the woman you love. You know, not saying you love this woman, but you understand what I'm saying. You know, for me in general, you know, the newer generation, like the young generation today, would call what I find attractive as a man who's a simp, which I hate that word. I disdain that word. You know, to me, that's a true gentleman. That's someone who understands that chivalry is not dead. You know, they still practice it. So you would be that type of gentleman that I would be interested in, is what, you know, how I look at it when someone is more in tune with their feminine, their divine feminine. Now, can that cause an imbalance with the masculine side? Of course. But it still tells me even at a healthy balance, you would still be able to be soft with me, you know, and so you would be able to be soft with, you know, the women in your life who are most important to you, but in a romantic sense too, like with Jennifer. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, Chief. And if anyone tells you there is, you can tell them go kick rocks, because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. So, and then, which is kind of interesting because I can't make this up, because the goddess card I pulled for you too, baby, kind of goes with this. So, again, I can't make this up. You know, anybody ever want to question that I'm connected to the divine? Yeah, I can't make this up. I can't put these two together. Well, Chief, what are you waiting for, baby? Ask her out. Like Bob said, go for it. Hello, Flamotube. Hi, Stephanie. How you doing, honey? Who's Jennifer, Stephanie? He cut the tree down, Bob. You're funny. Alright, can I get a rebel card for Chief? I meant to pull this for you real quick, baby, before I read your goddess card, but it's interesting how it goes together, like the other cards I pulled together. Alright, this one came out. I'll take this. Okay, Chief. Here's the goddess card I pulled for you. This is Elizabeth Bathory. And it says, bathed in crimson secrets. I am the vessel of power unchecked. Okay. She is known as the Blood Countess, a Hungarian noblewoman born in 1560. It was alleged that Elizabeth engaged in sadistic acts, particularly against young girls and servant women. She was accused of torturing and killing numerous victims, often bathing in and even drinking their blood in the hopes of acquiring eternal youth. Her actions eventually got her arrested and put on trial. Due to her title, she was not sentenced to death, but rather imprisoned within the walls of her castle. She lived the remainder of her life in solitary confinement until her death in 1614. Elizabeth's history serves as a reminder of the dangers of unchecked power and privilege, challenging us to face the consequences of our actions, both past and present. Her tale is associated with abuse of power and cruelty. Examine your own patterns of behavior or relationships that may be rooted in abusive dynamics. Evaluate your actions and relationships, ensuring that you are not perpetuating harm or allowing others to mistreat you. Reflect on the consequences of yours and others' actions and seek redemption for any harm caused. It signifies the potential for personal growth and the opportunity to make amends. And baby, kind of like how this one, talking about, being more in tune with the divine feminine, but having both there, this kind of is like confirming that. It's a balance of the divine masculine, divine feminine, but this card's more so pointing out more of the divine masculine, so with the, your divine masculine sign, it sounds like to me that in certain circumstances and situations, it might be a little off balance. Um, so I think of you in your career setting, in your job, maybe, when your guys at work do something wrong, you might be a little more quick with the temper or quick with the tongue to tell them, and it might come across as being a little demeaning, it could harm, that relationship or the way they feel towards you. To have that respect, there's a difference between commanding respect and demanding respect, that kind of um attitude, that kind of mindset is the energy I'm picking up. Not saying you're being cruel to them, baby, because I'm not saying that. And that's not what this card is saying. It's just saying that there's certain circumstances which we're all guilty of, including me, where certain people can push our buttons, right? And they could push us to where we end up acting out of bad character, where they end up pulling the worst side of us out. Because we allow things to build and build and build until someone really pushes us to make us fight or make us bark at them to let them know they crossed the line. And then that, more aggressive side of us comes out. It doesn't mean we still can't stand up for ourselves. It's just a matter of difference of being assertive and being aggressive. So I feel like there's been certain circumstances or certain times where instead of being assertive and being firm in your assertiveness with people, it's come across maybe a little more aggressive. And it could mean that it's, cause someone to fear you or to walk on eggshells around you for fear of they might get you to explode on them again, or feeling like they're not good enough, they're not worthy, just by certain words. It doesn't have to be even your temper, the way you speak. It could just be the words that you use. That could be harmful. It can really hurt someone else. So I feel like there has to be this balance, baby. Stone face is what they call you at work. Well, baby, I can relate to that. People think that way about me on here, baby. Do you know how many times people come on here and be like, smile? It's like, You know, do you not understand what I do? I'm focused. I take my job seriously. It's like learn to read the room, like, right? To where, like you, I feel like when you're at work, you're focused. You take your job very seriously, and people misinterpret that. Like, people misinterpret and misread me. I feel like the same could be true for you. So, and so some might be fearful of approaching you or letting you know there's a problem out of fear because they may think you're, rough around the edges. More of that aggressiveness comes out instead of just being assertive, to where maybe more of your divine feminine side needs to come in and kind of balance it out to soften you just a little bit. So it doesn't come across as forceful, as being, I don't want to say cruel, but maybe crude. Or, people use the word, what is it? Being crass. I could see all of that playing in there. So, it's just something to consider, baby. Just for you to really, take time and, maybe it's one of those things, baby. You just approach people and try and start up that conversation. Maybe the guys at work aren't sure how to connect with you. And maybe this is like spirit challenging you to learn how to open up a little more. So your guys can come to you and talk to you and feel more at ease, that they can come to you when there is a problem without worrying about you getting upset, overreacting, barking at them, things like that. And you're by the book. Yeah, and I could see where people would take you that way. And there's nothing wrong with being by the book, baby. People, we all have a book for a reason, in different, work environments. There's like a work manual. I mean, it exists for a reason. So there's nothing wrong with that, baby. But I get that, so I think it depends on the situation, though, the atmosphere, whether it's in your professional life or your personal life, there just seems to be something that's not in balance. So Spirit's trying to get you to find that balance so it's even, to help strengthen the bonds and the connections and the relationships you have and the new connections you're making. Like, Jennifer, be willing to ask this lady out, baby. What you waiting for? Take the girl out. I mean, hell, here's your rebel card too, Chief. It says, step away from the crazy-making diet for a hot second. Kale and spirulina taste like ass. Eat some yummy crap. Bacon, chocolate, beer, get some. So, baby, go out and eat some chocolate. Eat bad for a day. Drink a beer, or have a cocktail. And ask this lady out on a date, baby. Don't be afraid. Oh, well, that's good to hear, Chief. Well, baby, this can also be an acknowledgement of that, coming in, getting better with the balancing of both divine masculine and divine feminine. So, that's good, baby. I like to hear that. I remember us talking about that when I did your last reading. So I'm happy to hear that, baby. That's what I got for you, Chief. Thank you for trusting me again to read for you, Chief. Joseph, who you calling a mutt? I know I'm the best looking mutt there is. You would just never be that lucky to find out. And I'm not that desperate. You're welcome, Chief. Anytime, baby. Thank you again for allowing me and trusting me to read for you, baby. And Chief, you know, if your baby boy ever, you know, gets sad, missing his mama, baby, you know you can bring your son here. I'll be more than happy to pull messages for you and him from your beloved. I'm sure, you know, he would appreciate that. I can only imagine how Mother's Day was this past weekend for him. My balloon gives me Mickey Mouse ears. That's funny. Okay, Bob. I'll move my balloon. Let's see. Tie it. Let's see. Oh. I guess I'll just put it over here for right now. It's not going anywhere. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Chief. Oh, Richard, that's not good, honey. Hi, Easy. How you doing, baby? Stephanie, I'm doing, this is theme night. So I'm pulling cards based on my theme for the decks I picked for tonight. It's $5 where I pull 3 cards. My general in-depth readings are $30 US. And those I'll be doing tomorrow night, Friday, and Saturday. So if you're interested in a love reading and would like to purchase one, you can see the information in the description box, where you'll see my name highlighted in yellow in the chat, where you can click on that and that'll be the info where you can go and make the donation for a in-depth love reading if that's what you would like. It's $30 US, sweetheart. I pull both tarot and oracle cards when I do my in-depth readings. Okay. Oh, have you easy? I'm sorry, honey. Baby, you just have to go with what resonates with you. So, I don't know if I'm going to do it this Sunday or next Sunday, but I know I was thinking of on Sundays having that chat about religion. Because it seems like there's a lot of people that come in here from religions wanting to preach. You know, it always seems to be mostly from Christianity. So I figured I'd open it up, the floor to them to come in here and throw whatever they want to throw at us and have this open discussion. I just don't know if I'm going to do it this Sunday or start it the Sunday after. But easy, what I can tell you, baby, is for me, you know, just using me as an example quickly. I'm a Christian, you know, so I claim, you know, my religion as being a Christian. Now, does that mean I'm closed off to other religions? No. I'm an open-minded Christian. You know, I'm loving and accepting of all religions as long as, you know, the religion doesn't cause harm to people or animals. And, you know, I'm not the type of Christian that's going to go around and tell anyone that they're wrong for believing something that's completely different than what I believe. Or just because they may worship a different god or deity. I don't tell anybody they're wrong for believing what they believe or having different religious beliefs from mine. You know, because I tend to realize that some religions, there's some parts that actually resonate with me. And I think, you know, having an open mind opens the door to learning so much more. And to being accepting and not being judgmental of others. So, like, my father was raised in a Buddhist and Christian household. Like my grandfather, his father was Buddhist. My grandmother, his mother, was Baptist. And they were married for over 50 years. And they were very happy, you know, being from two different religions, but they made it work. You know, that showed that they didn't allow religion to come between them. You know, so that created that open-mindedness. And then my mom's side, you know, if my mama was still alive, if you were to ask her what her religion is, she would tell you Mormon. But I got to tell you, I never saw her practice it. So I don't really know anything about the Mormon religion. But much of my family on that side too is more, you know, geared towards Christian. Whether that's Baptist, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal, Catholicism. It's all grounded around that. So I'm very open to all of that. So I don't just pick one religion, baby, and say that that's it 100%. My belief from my perspective and my viewpoint is every religion that exists has a sliver of the truth. Like, I don't believe one religion is 100% correct, okay? I believe that they have portions of the truth, but I don't believe they have the entire truth. So, and I think if you were to take slivers from every religion and put it all together, you would have more of the, closer to the entire truth than one religion in its entirety. And that's how I look at it. And, you know, and I also look at it, you know, even as a Christian, that, you know, how there's people who come in here who are Christians and throw the Bible at me and tell me what I'm doing is witchcraft and blah, blah, blah. You know, they can believe whatever they want. What I do know is that for me, like, to go through and judge me, that's, you're already, you know, one, you know, step down, you know, as far as, and I just saw another big spirit orb over here, as far as knowing that the Bible says thou shalt not judge, but then they come in here and want to judge me or judge you, judge everyone here, and I won't allow that. You know, so I don't allow them to stay. You know, I'm not going to allow them to come here and preach to any of us. You know, I'm not going to allow them to come in here and throw stones at any of us. They're wrong, you know. They're coming into my channel. I didn't ask them to be here. They invited themselves. And if they thought that I opened that door to them to come in here and preach, they got nothing coming because I didn't. You know, so, and I make that very clear to them. My belief is, and the way I look at this is, you know, if we want to really use Jesus Christ as an example, you know, pretty much to me, his principles were to love and accept everybody, no matter what. That's really, if you want to go to the core of it all. That's, to me, what Jesus stands for. That's what he represents. But then you get a lot of people that come in here and then want to judge and throw stones, and no. I'm not going to put up with that. You know, love is love, and, you know, and I always have that belief that, you know, in order to pray, worship, believe, you don't have to go into a building that says church. Why? Because God's everywhere. You know, God's, you know, around you. You know, he's outside, he's inside, and he's inside you. So telling me that I have to go to a building that says church, you know, in order to worship and believe and pray, no, no, no. I know I don't have to do that. But you get a lot of Christians who will say that, and I got ringing in my ears. Oh, you know, Destiny, Diana, that's your opinion. You know what bothers me, Destiny, Diana? I mean, you know, I welcome you to, you know, come to my stream Sunday, and we can have a more in-depth conversation. This is really not the night for it, but I'm going to say this to you real quickly. The fact that any of y'all think that this deck right here is witchcraft. You know, because do you know what's on my deck here? This is an archangel deck that has the archangels Michael, you know, Raphael, Zachiel, and so forth. And the fact that you put so much energy into thinking this is all witchcraft. Like, I mean, make that make sense to me. Because you're trying to convince me and people like me that this deck, when it was manufactured, the people in that factory that created this deck were all over there casting spells over these decks. Come on now. That don't make any sense, for one. And two, I'll put it to you this way. You know, my tarot decks are a tool. Just like this pair of scissors, right? This pair of scissors was designed to be able to cut thread, cut paper, you know, cut whatever it needs to cut. You know, if you put it in the right person's hands, who are using it for the right intentions, but you put it in the wrong person's hands, well, yeah, this pair of scissors can become a deadly weapon to hurt somebody. So it's all about the intention. So you take people like me and you want to, you know, crucify me, persecute me, and tell me that I'm practicing witchcraft. Well, you know what? I'm sorry, but did God die? You know, no, did God grant you, you know, his power to decide for me today? No. Who died and made you God is what it comes down to. Because let me tell you something. I have a closer relationship with God than you'll ever understand. And the fact being that I've had several angel encounters with the holy angels. And if I was doing something wrong that God did not approve of, I would have been told then. But I wasn't. So that speaks for itself. But, you know, but then I also understand you're going based off a book of what you're being taught instead of your own heart and your own experiences. But maybe you haven't had experiences like mine to be able to understand it from my perspective, from my point of view. To know that what I'm doing here is helping people. It's helping to heal people. It's providing guidance. It's not to hurt people. If it truly was devil, you know, or witchcraft, then I would be using this to try and harm people, to cause misery and pain and suffering. That's not what I'm doing. I'm doing the exact opposite. But people like you don't know how to have an open mind that way, to understand that, you know, though I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there aren't people out there who use it for ill intentions. I know they exist. But don't go around throwing everybody in the same category and automatically assume because I have a tarot deck in my hand that I'm doing evil, that I'm harming people. No, I'm not. I'm doing the exact opposite. So, you know, if you took the time to have an open mind and listen, instead of just automatically coming here and judging me, you might learn something. And that's all I got to say. So, you want to have that conversation? You can come back Sunday night and we can have this conversation about religion and why the people who are here, who come to me regularly, who get readings from me, they can even tell you and open up about their beliefs and why they would agree more with me than with you. Good morning, Spirit Brothers. How you doing, baby? Hi, I'm a Texan. Well, come on. Thank you, Scott. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. I mean, Taylor, I like to think so, you know. I just think it's wrong for anybody to go through and judge anybody like that. But that's what you call people who are closed-minded to people like me and to what I do. And like I said, I want to throw all of us in the same category when we're not all the same. Spirit Brothers, I'm gravy, baby. You know me, I'm here, I'm gravy. I'm always gravy. Especially when you're here, baby. Very true, Taylor. They will be. Oh, I understand, baby. I know you've been busy. I enjoy seeing you when you do stop by, baby, and spend some time with me and with us here on the stream. Wow, it's 4 o'clock. I didn't realize how late it gotten. Okay, so Chief Eric, so you notice the difference in my tone? Well, yeah, baby. I mean, my tone can change. You know, sometimes you can tell when I'm aggravated and annoyed, especially when I get the same people that come in here and want to, you know, do that. And then others, I'm a little softer with, you know, just based off of their energy and how they come across with me. Oh, baby, I can just imagine, spirit brothers. That's why, you know, baby, I always feel special when you stop in here to say hi and hang out with me for a bit. I know you got a busy life schedule like the rest of us, baby. So anytime you give to me, I greatly appreciate, baby. Good evening, good morning, Syncope. How you doing, baby? It's good to see you, sweetheart. So I was in here doing mini reads. Oh, well, thank you, Chief. Thank you for believing in me, baby. I managed to change your mind, as you said, and that means the world to me, baby. I always love seeing you, Chief. You take care of yourself, baby. And have a good day. And have beautiful dreams too, baby. You too, Chief. So, you know, Spirit Brothers, I have yet to do a reading for you, baby. Oh, thank you, Chief. You're an amazing soul, Chief. I always enjoy having you here, baby. And your energy. And your laughs. Taylor, don't be scared. I don't bite. Well, you know, Spirit Brothers, someone was generous and paid for a couple of readings. Wow, so, well, happy birthday, baby. The big 5-0. Happy birthday to you. I'm not sure, Syncope. Why you asking, baby? Oh, I love you too, and I love you too, Chief. Hi, Andrew. You fell asleep, Eric? Darn, you're falling asleep on me again, baby. Come on. I'm kidding. My voice is so soothing. Oh. Well, I'm happy it's soothing for you, baby. Hey, Syncope, that's quite all right, baby. You can hang out with me for a bit. Okay. So I did Chiefs and Eric's and Scott's. Hello, Austin. Yes, Spirit Brothers, someone did. So I can do a mini reading for you. I'm doing the mini reads using my thing, so I'm pulling a card from my Kipper deck, which is like a tarot deck. It's just a different type of tarot system. And then I'm pulling one from my Goddess deck here. And then I'm pulling a Rebel card too. So, for kicks and giggles. Well, Spirit Brothers, I'll read for you, baby. I'll pick you to get the free reading. Oh, Taylor, that's my coffee. I drink Red Bull throughout the night. Hi, Off-Grid. How you doing, baby? Uh-oh. What you mean, uh-oh, Spirit Brothers? Let's see what Spirit wants to say to you. Spirit, show me. What does Spirit Brothers need to hear right now? Right. Spirit, show me. What does Spirit Brothers need to hear right now? Please and thank you. Get one card. Well, how can you take that, Spirit? I need one card, please. Give me one card. All right. Well, what you got going on, baby? Let's see. You're so funny, Spirit Brothers. I wish I did. Shoot. If only they would sponsor me, but because of who I represent, they wouldn't. They know they would lose too much business taking a chance. Aww. Alright, Spirit. One card. Spirit Brothers, please. Thank you. Hi, Krishna Dawn and Satya. No, it's just that I represent a different part of the spiritual community. Instead of it being faith-based like Christianity, they would look at me how the general public would view me. You know, the majority would view me as someone who's practicing witchcraft is how they would see it. So because of that, Red Bull would never sponsor someone like me for that reason. All right, Spirit. One card. Because they know they would, the other religions are a bigger base that they would lose instead of taking a chance on sponsoring someone like me, if that makes any sense. One card, Spirit, for Spirit Brothers, please. And thank you. Ooh. Fade. Well, if I could find it. Where'd it go? Oh. Oh, I like this. I like that one. See how it's gonna play out. Let me get you a rebel card. Okay, Spirit Brothers. One rebel card just for you. I still gotta order that other deck so I can add it to this. Alright, Spirit. One rebel card, please, for Spirit Brothers. Alright. You ready, Spirit Brothers? Hi, Diane. All right, spirit brothers. All right, Andrew, thank you. You too, baby. See you later. All right. So, from my Kipper deck, the card I pulled for you, baby, is Theft. And it says, this is a magpie with a pearl necklace in its beak. A mouse with a gold ring around its neck sitting on the magpie's head, and a second mouse carrying a golden key. Standing next to the magpie are all in the foreground, while in the background houses can be seen on a riverbank in a quiet area. So this card stands for factors that can all be associated with a thief. Something gets lost, someone sneaks away, there is a secret, something is not known. Even the false person card, if it were to be pulled, could even indicate risk of fraud. And it says, it indicates a person who likes to disappear, who keeps their distance, who is not open, and who might also have secrets. It is the essence of, in conjunction with a person card, is that the person is currently withdrawing. So it shows us that in all of us there is something hidden that contains secrets that we do not even know ourselves. What is meant with this is our subconscious mind, which registers, processes, and stores all information. While doing so, it compares new experiences with experiences that have already happened and let us play out the same patterns again and again. And it tells us that we must find access to the unconscious levels of our being in order to get our subconscious to try out new ways when we want to change something. Since our experience is dependent on our worldview, and this in turn is dependent on the beliefs that we built up in the first 8 years of our life, we can then only bring forth change in our life if we change our beliefs. So, baby, the energy I pick up from this, you know, I feel like, yeah, there's probably someone in your close circle who hasn't been 100% upfront with you. Like there's something that they're keeping close to their chest that they're not revealing to you. Um, this could even be you eternalizing this. Like there's certain things that you don't allow people to know about you. You know, there's like this, the feeling of this is I get like a separation, like a division, like boundaries. You will only allow certain people to get close to you to a certain level, and then you kind of will back off. You become like aloof. And it's not to say it's a bad thing. It's that I feel like, not in all cases, but until you get to really, really know people, they only get like a sliver of you. Because you're very guarded to let them know a little bit more than of what's underneath, out of fear of whether you fear being rejected or just being judged. Like, especially with the type of work you do, with, you know, you being a paranormal investigator and knowing that you're gifted like I am. I know you're an empath. And I think we talked about you being a clairvoyant like me too. So you and I kind of have that same understanding that, you know, the general population, at least majority, aren't accepting of people like you and I. They don't believe in people like you and I, you know, because they think that we're crazy, you know, we should be locked up in a psychiatric ward, and be put in a what do they call that? One of those life jackets. So for you, spirit brothers, I feel like it's not saying that anyone necessarily is like taking things from you. Of course, that could be a possibility. So, don't rule that out. If you've ever gotten a hunch that someone is like taking something from you, then this would be that confirmation to trust that. But that's not the energy I'm reading. I'm reading more so of your barriers, you being a little more guarded with certain people until people really get to know you. And I feel like there's a lot of people who really may have to work to get to know you on a much deeper level because, again, like I just said, the fact that you and I, part of our life involves the spiritual world, in what we do. And most people won't partake in that. They don't believe in people like us, or they think we're, you know, dealing, with witchcraft or devil worshiping, or we're just flat out crazy. So that's what I get from this. Right. And that's what I feel. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I get that. It's hard to trust people. So you keep them at arm's length. So I don't look at this as a bad thing, baby. I don't feel it that way at all. It's just reminding you that, maybe there's certain times, certain people that maybe, may have earned your trust, but you still have been hesitant to be more trusting with them, that maybe you might want to, bring that wall down a little bit. Or if there's people who have, shown you, it's like, no, I know not to trust you. I just know my intuition, like my spirit guides telling me in my ear not to trust you, trust that too. So don't go against your intuition if you are getting that hunch, that intuition, that calling that says no. So otherwise, I feel like um, I'm not going to say people would manipulate it, but I kind of do get a little bit of that. Like someone would try and manipulate, use that information against you. This is not to scare you, baby, or tell you to not be open or trusting the people you've already opened up to. But, I think um, maybe somewhere down the road, like I feel in the near future. Man, I swear I heard something over here. Sorry. Somewhere in the near future, someone's going to come into your energy. And I feel like if you get that inkling that tells you not to trust them, to listen to that. Don't ignore it. You're pretty in tune that way. You're in tune with spirit. You're in tune with yourself. That you should know now to trust yourself when you get that feeling, that calling. That's what I keep picking up from you. And baby, and I get that too. I can understand that, spirit brothers. You know, I've struggled with that myself, baby. Just knowing the fact, like I know you lost your parents a lot younger than even I. But I lost my mama when I was 19. I lost my dad when I was 25. And I lost my stepfather, aka daddy, when I was 30. So yeah, I mean, to open that door up to people because of fear of someone dying, and I'm going to be robbed of them, or someone just flat out walking out of my life, feeling like I'm not worthy, Yeah, I've been closed off to people in that essence too over the years. So that I understand. And baby, I think it's gonna take the right group of people, like your soul tribe, that's gonna really put you at ease. To make you feel like, okay, these are my people. I can trust them. I know I can open up to them. I know they're not gonna judge me or they're not gonna hold anything against me. And I can rely on them. I know I can lean on them. I know if, you know, crap hits the fan, they'll be there. I can call on them. And I just saw a blue spirit orb. So there's that confirmation there. So I feel like that's kind of what it's going to take to kind of open you up a little more. And there's nothing wrong with that, baby. Some of us, we have to be closed off. There's a certain reason for it. It's to help safeguard and protect us for something down the road. So I kind of feel like it's meant to be that way. You're not doing anything wrong. So don't punish yourself or don't come down on yourself. I don't feel like it's meant that way. It's just to acknowledge that and know to trust yourself in case you get that pull again that tells you to not open up to someone, or maybe you're being too closed off to someone else who deserves, that trust from you. So just, place it how it fits with you, baby. And hey, Spirit Brothers, I understand that too, baby. I get that. I completely understand what you're saying about keeping to yourself and not allowing a lot of people in. I do understand that. You know, I think to a lot of people I can seem more closed off. Um, but being on here, it's, I feel like Spirit's challenged me to open up a little more. Because, to the universe and to the divine, they see that there's something I have that can help people naturally. It's not just, my, psychic gifts or being able to read tarot cards, but it's also my life experiences that I bring to the table. That wisdom, that experience to being able to help people and give them a story, something they can like hold on to and relate to help them understand certain things, that I'm not judging them or actually have been down this road, and so I could kind of see where things might go or how it plays out or how it causes someone to feel a certain way and so forth. So it's forced me to have to be more open, being on here when I've talked about certain experiences that I've had in my personal life experiences. um there's still a lot that I've kept close to my chest that I haven't talked about, but there's a lot that I have talked about too that I think would probably surprise some people. So again, baby, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I feel, for you, it's just your protection barrier, and I think we all have that. It's that boundary that lets us know, until you prove you're worthy of my trust, I'm keeping you at arm's distance. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So, like I said, baby, don't feel like you gotta, kick yourself in the butt, or the spirit's coming down on you for it. I don't feel that way at all. It's just something they want to acknowledge, because I feel like there's something coming down the road where this in itself is going to prove, and it's going to tell you sometimes this is why you are who you are too, is what I get. I understand that too, Spirit Brothers. I'm with you there, baby. I feel the same way. I definitely relate to you, baby. Okay, so the goddess I pulled for you is Marguerite Porte, and it says, "In the fires of persecution, I remain steadfast, embodying the strength of my convictions." And this is called Sacred Descent. And it says, Margaret Porte was a 13th century Christian mystic and writer, famously known for her controversial book, The Mirror of Simple Souls. Her teachings challenged the religious authorities of her time as she criticized the institutionalized church. Her use of fire as a metaphor to describe union with God would go to foreshadow her death. Despite resistance, she remained steadfast in her beliefs and refused to recant her writings. She was ultimately burned at the stake. Legend has it she remained completely still, not a sound, glaring her oppressors in the whites of their eyes. Margaret's story serves as a symbol of courage and defiance in the face of religious oppression. She represents the pursuit of spiritual freedom, even in the face of opposition and persecution. It calls forth the courageous energy to explore beyond the confines of traditional dogma and doctrine. Examine the teachings and practices that have been handed down to you. Seek your own truth and forge a personal connection with the divine. Only you have the power to challenge outdated or oppressive beliefs and to explore alternative paths that align with your inner knowing and authentic self. Transcend the boundaries of the known and venture into the realm of spiritual liberation. And you know, baby, it's interesting because this kind of goes with each other too, because I feel like a lot of, like, you know, how I was just saying, you know, you being a paranormal investigator, you also being an empath, clairvoyant, ties into how I was saying, like, you keep things close to your chest. You don't let everyone know about that side of you, kind of like how I am. You know, outside of on here, more people know, yes, but it's, you know, it kind of goes with what I was saying. So, you know, spirits, you know, challenging you, baby, to decide for yourself now. Does your beliefs and the way you look at life, but look at even your, you know, spiritual beliefs, does it still make sense? You know, is it outdated, or is it time to really take a look at it and it needs to be reevaluated? To where maybe you need to open that door up more to expanding, you know, your knowledge, your understanding, what your beliefs are, you know. And I also feel like it's also the challenge of, just in general, people challenging you about your beliefs, whether that's, you know, comes to religion or anything else, baby, wherever you stand. You know, does your belief still make sense to you? Because don't allow anyone else to come in and tell you how you should believe. You have that right. You have that freedom to believe how you believe. You know, whether others think it's right or wrong, you know, especially if they think it's wrong, that's their problem. Okay? You stay true to you and what feels right to you, what speaks to you, what resonates in your heart of hearts and in your soul. And if others can't handle that, well, that's their loss, you know. But it also comes back to that complete circle about why you would keep certain people at arm's length, because maybe they're not as open or as understanding to you, to the type of person you are, to your gifts, to how you view the world, to your spiritual beliefs, and so on. And that's okay. It's okay to not fit in everybody's box. And to me, it's more than perfectly okay to not try and fix, to stand out on your own, like I like to. I like to be outside of the crowd, not inside it. You know, I have no problem standing by myself. And I feel like that's the way you are too. So I feel like Spirit's wanting to acknowledge this side of you, you know, that, you know, to encourage you, but also to kind of pat you on the back, letting you know you've done a good job up to this point, to have the beliefs you have, to view life the way you do, and everything, you know, around it, and the people you come in contact with, and how you approach your relationships with them, allowing people to be able to earn your trust before you just hand it over or open up, you know, the book of who you are to people. You know, you gradually take your time and evaluate it and investigate it. Kind of like how you do with the paranormal world. You know, you take your time and investigate. You don't automatically go through and accept, okay, well, this is a spirit haunting, because maybe it's not. Maybe those knocks in the walls are, you know, pipes, you know, hitting the walls. But people automatically assume, well, it has to be a spirit, you know, that kind of thing. And I know that part of it you also understand. So I think it's good to be who you are, because you're this big, beautiful light, spirit brothers. You know, and I love your energy. I love the energy you bring to my stream. I love the energy that you have out there, you know, on your channel, you know, doing your paranormal investigations. I think that's beautiful, you know, and I enjoy watching it and I enjoy learning and us having the conversations that you and I have about, you know, the paranormal and our, you know, spirit gifts that we have, you know, and how we can connect to the spirit world and so on. So it's nothing bad to me here, baby, how I see you and how I feel like this card and this card together are saying to you what the divine is wanting you to know. It's like they're encouraging you to keep going where you're going. You know, if something is, you know, in doubt now that you're questioning, well, I feel like the divine is trusting you to have the mental maturity to be able to say, okay, well, maybe there's something I need to look at a little bit deeper that maybe I didn't see before that now I can. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I don't feel like people are taking things from you. I feel like you also are not a person that just takes things at face value all the time either. And to me, that's also not a bad thing. You know, I feel like you are very protective of your space, of who you are. Um, and only, you know, a select group of people get to know you on a much deeper level. The full beauty of who you are. And I know you're a beautiful person, inside and out. No matter what anyone else says or thinks, I know you are. Just by tapping into your energy and being, you know, around your essence. Even through this screen, I could pick you up, baby. So, it's a beautiful thing. I like it. I love your energy. Exactly, Spirit Brothers. And I know that too, baby. But most people don't understand that. Good morning, Judith. How you doing, sweetheart? And I pulled you a rebel card, Spirit Brothers. And this is just funny for laughs, baby. It says, some good crap is about to happen. Okay? And then the other side says, don't let your issues F it up. So Spirit's saying something good's going to happen, baby. Don't let your issues mess it up, though. I love that. And that's what I got for you, baby. Thank you, Spirit Brothers, for giving me the opportunity to read for you, baby. And for trusting me to do so. Uh-oh. Oh, Scott. I love being happy, baby. Especially when the energy's good. Who you talking about, Diane? Who's coming back and trying to be someone else? Oh, okay. Yes, it has been a good night. The energy's been really good. I've enjoyed it. Aw. Spirit Brothers. Much love for you, baby. I have so much love and respect for you too, Spirit Brothers. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, baby. Because I appreciate you too, baby. All right. Eternal, are you here? Are you still awake? Okay, baby. Well, I don't even know how many readings I've done, Eternal, but I know you said to pick, like, you were going to pick the next one. Wish I knew how many readings I've done. Ooh, there went that spirit orb again on my wall. Senko, no, baby, my back was killing me, unfortunately, from the weather and, you know, being a woman. So, I'm hoping, like, this weekend, if, depending on how Sunday goes, maybe I'll get to the bowling alley. But I was tired, baby. I was so doggone tired. I didn't realize how much I drained myself when I read for 4 days straight. And, you know, by the 5th day, I'm taxed and I start to feel it. But these last couple weeks have kicked my behind, I must say. So hopefully I'll be able to get there this time. You think that's 8? Okay. Well, Eternal, you gotta tell me, baby, what do you want me to do? Okay. Well, I know, Eric paid for one more. And so I just have to pick. Before I do any more, I deserve a sip of coffee and a Red Bull refill. Well, thank you, baby. Oh, Cinco. Me too, baby. I hope so. I take 10. Okay, Bob. I'll step up for a minute and go get me another drink. And then I'll come back and do some more of the mini readings. Okay, beautiful people. I'll look and my clock says 4:44. It's 4:44 in the morning for me. Make a wish. Alright, I'm gonna be back. Let me get I'll be back in a few minutes, beautiful people. Thank you for being patient and hanging out with me. Hey, Finn. How you doing, baby? Hi, Prakash. Thank you, Off Grid. Okay. So the next one. You're doing really well. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Finn. It's good to see you. Thank you, Spirit Brothers. Hi, Todd. Thank you, baby. Have a good day, sweetheart. Hello, Tennis. Yes, Eternal, we can. Finn, I'm doing $5 mini readings, baby. Hello, Nathan. So I'm pulling a card from my Kipper deck, which is, I know you're familiar with the tarot. I don't know if you're familiar with Kipper, but I'm pulling a card from my Kipper deck, and then I'm pulling one from my Goddess deck, which is that Shadow deck, one of them, the Oracle, and then a Rebel card. I'm gravy, Nathan. Thank you for asking. How you doing? I don't know, baby. I'm not sure, Bob. Your message just came across, so does that give you a time frame? Nathan, define the supernatural. If you mean the spiritual, paranormal world, then the answer is yes. Yeah, please don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. And be sure to like the stream too. Oh, Fan, don't you worry about that, baby. Somebody paid for a couple of free readings, so I'm gonna give one to you, baby. Thank you for the heart emojis. So, Finn, I'm gonna pick you to get one of the free ones, baby. Okay, Finn. Sweet Finn. Can't wait to hear it. Max, tonight only, it's $5 for a mini reading. My regular readings are $30. Alright, Finn. Let's see. Spirit. What does Finn need to know right now? What's most important for him to know right now, please, and thank you. Spirit. What does Finn need to know right now, Spirit? I wonder who this is. Well, I wonder if this is your hubby. Oh, like that. Alright, Spirit. Can I have one card for Finn, please, Spirit? Alright, Spirit. One card for Finn, please. Thank you. One card for Finn. Oh, well. I knew she'd come out sooner or later. The Sovereign Serpent. Wow. Okay. Oh, Finn, you're so nice to us, baby. Got nothing but love for you, baby. I love your energy. It's always so good to see you. That's right, Sunny Lynn. Oh. So funny. Oh, thank you, baby. Okay, Finn. All right, baby. So, from my Kipper deck, Finn, I pulled the main male. And this represents you, baby. Okay? So, this is representing the masculine principle, for whom material values, natural sciences, and intellect stand in the foreground. The bird of prey shows the clear view that is being taken. The compass is the clear order and structure that is followed. And it also shows us that the masculine as well as the feminine sides both have their justification. And that only with the integration of both parts can harmony be obtained, as it challenges us to become aware of our different aspects and to integrate them all in their entirety. Only in this way can inner and outer power struggles be overcome. So, baby, it's all about being able to balance both your masculine, as we both have divine masculine and divine feminine, to be able to find the balance between both within ourselves. So it doesn't become a power struggle internally within ourselves or with, the outside world. And I feel like you're evenly balanced, baby. So, and I feel like Spirit's just trying to acknowledge, because I feel like you've done a lot of work on yourself. I even feel like your energy feels even lighter to me, baby, when I've tapped into your energy tonight. It feels a little bit lighter than what it did when I read for you the last time, which I don't know, was probably in the past month, maybe less than that. Um, I feel like you've done a lot of internal work to help bring balance and harmony and peace and discipline and structure to your life and who you are. Like, I feel like you're standing more in your power today, and you are able to grab onto your true authentic self, baby, and allow it to shine. Be that beautiful bright light, that big beautiful bright star for others, to help be their guide, to help show them that they can be happy and they can also be successful and be able to live in this world even though it's chaotic. And yes, there's a lot of prejudice and people can be very judgmental, that we don't allow those people out there to define us. We allow them to, observe us, but, If they don't like what they see or don't like who we are, they can walk the other direction kind of attitude. That's what I pick up from you, baby. And I feel like you are starting to step more into your own power and really truly integrate yourself in who you are trying to become. You know, the spiritual side of you, your spiritual gifts, your core beliefs, your values, the way you see the world. And even with you being able to read astrology very well, you know, you're very gifted. You know, a lot of people are drawn to you in that regard too. So I feel like this is spirit acknowledging, you know, all the effort and the energy you put into coming into one, integrating both sides of yourself and being at peace and finding that even balance to have both. And, you know, to allow others to, okay, they judge you. Well, they judge you wrong. You know, that's their problem. They judge you right. You get a new friend and you grow your tribe. And that's a beautiful gift to have, baby. So I really love that with you. Exactly. Be the change you want to see in the world. That's exactly right, baby. Well, as long as it's good crime, baby. That's all I want to see is good tears, happy tears. And then from my goddess deck, I pulled Lilith. And it says, brides, reclaim your sexuality and let the world witness the strength of your femininity. Here you go, baby. Here's that balance, you know, being the divine masculine, and here's your feminine side coming into power. This represents the sovereign serpent. And it says, according to some traditions, Lilith is believed to be the original woman before Eve. Depicted as a demon or a seductress, challenging societal norms and resisting submission, she is often seen as a symbol of female empowerment and the exploration of forbidden desires. Lilith's story is characterized by her refusal to be subservient to Adam, her departure from the Garden of Eden, and her subsequent transformation into a figure of darkness. Lilith represents the exploration of hidden aspects of femininity and the reclamation of its power. Lilith's call reminds you to honor your true nature, embrace your sexuality, and the strength that comes from embracing your darkness. Question traditional roles, relationships, and societal norms that may limit your femininity. Break free from oppressive patterns. Stand up for your rights and assert your boundaries. Lilith's story embodies rebellion against societal norms, challenging the established order and embracing one's desires without shame. Explore your shadow side, confront fears, and dance alongside so-called taboos. It is time to embrace your true nature. And baby, I don't think this card can sum you up any better, because I feel like this is you really stepping into your true authenticity, like I was just saying, in the divine feminine side. You know, really, you know, being proud of that side. You know, not trying to put it in a closet, not trying to hide from the world. You know, you're trying to step more into, this is who I am. What you see is what you get. You either accept and like it, or if you don't, I don't care. There's the door kind of attitude. And that's a very strong power to stand in, to be true to who you are and not care about judgments of the outside world, what they see or how they feel. You know, going against taboos, you know, who cares? You know, and I really feel like you embody this. And this is a beautiful thing. I could not have picked a better card for you, Finn, than this. Like, Divine really picked it right for you tonight, I really feel. This embodies you in its entirety, I feel. I love this. And then, the Rebel card I pulled for you, baby. It says, stop obsessing. You are not the effing center of the universe. So, baby, stop obsessing. You're not the center of the universe, according to the divine. You know, you could be the center of your hubby's universe and of your own, but, you know, hey, baby, I would still wear that crown proudly. That's all I'm going to say. Love, love, love. Exactly right, Finn. You don't have to be perfect, baby, and accomplish everything all at once, baby. Be gentle with yourself, Finn. You know this, baby. And that's what I have for you, Finn. Thank you, baby, for trusting me to read for you again. I love that. I really, really love that for you. And I get that, Finn. I know it's a struggle, baby. But you know what? You're doing a great job with what you got. And I love, admire, and appreciate you. And you're a great artist. I appreciate your art and your poetry. And I love you too, Finn. Thank you for being here, baby. Okay, baby. Sunny Lynn, Diane, Bob, do y'all want a reading? Judith, do you want a mini reading, sweetheart? I'll pull for y'all. I wanted to pull for Diane, especially. Diane, are you still here, honey? Okay. I feel good. Love it. Okay, Diane. Pull for you, beautiful. Let's see. What does Spirit want to share with you? Show me. For Diane, please. Hello, this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can understand this. Yeah, that one makes sense to me. Yep. All right. Let me pull a goddess card for you next. Oh, that's beautiful, Finn. You know, I wrote a poem recently myself, baby. I haven't shared it, but I did write one not that long ago. And you know, me when I write poetry, you know, it's really because I'm going through something and I need another way to release, you know, those feelings. You know, sometimes they're happy, but sometimes they're sad. So, and I wrote it in like, I don't know, I wrote it in like 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes tops. So it's like I was meant to write that poem because that's how long it used to take me to write poems. Like I could write them that quickly. I will, Finn. I'll try and write a few more. So I do miss writing. I used to enjoy writing poetry. I just don't really have the time for it anymore. So oh, that's for Diane. You talking to me, Finn? Well, you know, I gotta keep y'all on y'all's toes. Keep the excitement going. All right, Spirit. One card for Miss Diane, please. Thank you. Hello, Robert. Can I get one card for Diane, please? Oh, wow. I don't think I could have picked a better card for you, Miss Diane, my soul sister. I wish they would have put this in alphabetical order. Nope. 33. Like, hello, Missy Marie. Okay, Finn. Well, I'll tell you what, baby. If I have it on my computer, I'll read it to y'all after I do Diane's reading. So I had to check. I don't believe it's there, but I might be wrong. We'll see. Alright, Spirit. So it might be on my device I'm using the stream from, is why I say that. So I may not even be able to get to it right now. Alright, Spirit, one card for Miss Diane, please. Alright. Well, that's simple and to the point. Alright, beautiful Diane, my soul sister. Okay. From my Kipper deck, I pulled the card Activity for you. And so, this card's all about your activity in regards to your professional life. So it involves around work and occupation. The message that stands out to me from this beautiful is, it says, this card encourages us to reconsider our own position in the area of work and activity. The busy bees on the card represent our daily structured work in a system that may no longer seem right for us, which is why we might be having a lot of negative thoughts at this time. The hummingbird inspires us to leave the negativity behind and to focus on our true dreams that we want to accomplish. Even if it is difficult for us to leave the security and we cannot yet imagine what alternative there could be, the hummingbird wants to motivate us to actively step beyond our limitations, let go of tried and true patterns, and rise above them. And I just heard Spirit say, rise above the fray. So, beautiful, you know, you're very gifted, and you're spiritually gifted at that. And, you know, you're a light worker, you're a healer. You're supposed to be out here helping to heal the world. And I feel like sometimes you allow your doubts to keep you closed off to a degree, even though I feel like you are gradually stepping out behind that screen, so to speak. I still feel like there's still that hesitation. I still feel um, just the second guess of, you know, your it's not being uneasy, but as we all, you know, kind of can be like stage fright is what I pick up from you. And once you kind of get in there, then it's like, okay, you can kind of calm down and things, you know, flow. But it's like, it seems like it's that first 5-10 minutes, I feel that it's like you're trying to gather yourself and, you know, like you're too focused on what you're, you know, saying and doing instead of allowing divine just to work through you naturally. So I feel like that's where you kind of second guess or take a misstep. So you got to believe more in who you are, because you're more gifted than I feel like you give yourself credit for. You know, you're too humble to me at times. I mean, that's a beautiful thing, and that adds all that beauty and that mystery to you. But I feel like Spirit's challenging you to step out and be out in the world more, to use your gifts to help more people, to be able to reach a broader audience, because I feel like you're supposed to be out on the center stage to be around people and to show them the way and to help them heal, to help guide them to that next stage of their life or to the next phase, or to how to end and close a cycle, to be able to heal, especially if there's been trauma there. You know how to help heal people and to really recharge them and to give them their spirit back, is what Spirit just said. um I feel like this is you trying to come out and be this hummingbird and spread your wings. And you know, when you think of the hummingbird being like the one that gets all the sweetness out of when I think of like those hummingbird feeders that I see people have out, that's like you. You know, there's that sweetness in your spirit. There's that loving nature in your spirit that needs to go out, and it needs to touch the world. More people need to be touched by you, Diane, is what I feel like Spirit is wanting to say to you here. So don't allow those doubts or allow yourself to second guess you. And I understand that too, Diane. I do, honey. But this is your calling like mine, you know? And yeah, it's not as stable. It's not as secure as, you know, other um professions, but you know, I have to trust the divine. I have to trust the universe that it will find its foundation. It will become stable where it will feel more secure. Because you and I are meant to do what we're here to do. You know, in fact, I got told that just this past week again. You know, that this is my calling. I'm supposed to be here. That I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be, doing exactly what my purpose is here to do. The same is true for you, beautiful. Yes, you do. And you know, you're so gifted, Diane, that more people need to know your gift and be able to experience it, sweetheart. You are a beautiful gift to this world, and I'm so happy to have you in my life. And then the goddess card I pulled for you is Namu, if I'm saying that right. It says, from the depths I emerge, bringing gifts of wisdom, guidance, and power. And to me, just what this card says on the card by itself is you, 1000%. And it says, this is the Lady of the Lake. And it says, according to the Arthurian legends, the Lady of the Lake resides in an enchanting lake, Avalon. It is believed that she is a powerful sorceress or fairy, possessing magical abilities and wisdom. The most well-known encounter with the Lady of the Lake occurs when she presents the sword to the young Arthur, destined to become the future king. She serves as a guardian, mentor, and bestower of wisdom and magical artifacts. Her role as a bestower symbolizes her authority and connection to the realm of destiny and power. The Lady of the Lake represents the profound blessings of wisdom and guidance bestowed upon you. It signifies the presence of divine beings and higher forces that are offering you their wisdom and support on your journey. You are never alone, for there are spiritual guides, angels, and enlightened beings who are ready to assist you. They bring forth gifts of profound insight, intuition, and spiritual understanding, empowering you to navigate life's challenges with clarity and grace. Open your heart and mind to the whispers of the universe that flow through you. The guidance you receive may come in the form of intuitive nudges, synchronicities, or messages from the spiritual realm, all from unexpected sources and through intuitive insights. Like I said, I could not have picked a better card for you than this, Diane, for you. Because you're all of this and then some, in a nutshell. You're all of this. And, you know, I hope that this card coming out for you with, you know, this card really goes to show that you're meant to be in this world doing exactly what you're doing, and to Bring your gifts out into the forefront. Allow people to get to know you, to be in your universe, beautiful, to, you know, come into your presence and allow you to be there to help them and be that guiding light, be that light worker. Bring forth your wisdom, your healing energy, you know, the messages you are able to bring forth from all the different realms that you're able to bring them from. You know, you have so much more power than I feel like you don't realize just how strong of a being you are with all your beautiful gifts that you have to offer. Not many people can do what you do, beautiful. And I think it's, you know, time for you to recognize that in yourself. You are one of the greatest gifts. You have a rare gift that needs to come out more. So, yeah, I get, you know, like this activity card, kind of almost like saying because of the lack of security in what we do, it's not as secure. But again, beautiful, I say to you, you're meant to do exactly what your gifts are, to help people. And knowing if you believe in that and if you trust in that, the universe and divine's going to help show you that. I feel like that the universe is going to give you that tangible evidence that you're supposed to be doing this and more. So run with it. You know, we're all here to support you, Diane. I'm here for you, beautiful. I will be there anytime you need me, beautiful. I got you covered. So I love that card for you. And then the Rebel card I got for you, it says time to let go, move the F on. So I think it's time to let go of your fears, of your worries, of your hesitation, and put yourself out there. I love that. That's what I have for you, beautiful. Thank you so much, Diane, for trusting me to read for you, girlfriend. It's always an honor and a pleasure. That's right. Take the leap. You got this. Love it. So that was gifted to you by Eternal. Okay. I saw someone. Where'd it go? Yeah, I see it here. Eternal. Maxwell Hall. I got your donation, baby. Thank you. Okay. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, Finn. Well, sweet dreams to you, baby. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out, spending some time with us, baby. Thank you for making our night, baby, just by being here and being you. Okay, Eternal. Aww. Well, thank you for being here, Finn. You're welcome, honey. Sweet dreams to you, baby. Good night. Maxwell Hall, are you here, baby? Okay, Eternal. Let me check. Hi, Betty. Oh, thank you, Sunnyland. Thank you for letting me know. I'll have to check it out. Okay, baby. Hi, Betty. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, baby. Diane, you sent PayPal? You're saying that's from you, honey? Belize, Malaysia? Oh, well, thank you, Diane. You didn't have to do that, sweetheart. And thank you so much, honey. All right, let me see something really quick. Okay. All right, Maxwell Hall. Let's give messages Spirit has for you, Maxwell. Spirit. Yes, my night's been good. Thank you for asking, Max. I hope yours has been too, baby. It's been a very good night. The energy's been beautiful throughout the night. uh, I'm sorry I tortured. I destroyed your name, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I know, Judith. I've been on all night long. Now I must start having that song in my head. All night long. It's 4 in the morning for you. Well, it's going on 6 in the morning for me, baby. The Gathering. Ooh. It's like, who sings that song? All Night Long? That's an older song. Lionel Richie. Thank you, Echo. Hi, honey. How you doing? I almost said that. Yep, now that song's playing in my head. Yes. Alright. Can I get one card from Maxwell Hall, please? Hello, Stephanie. Yes, for the mini readings, it's a theme reading. So I'm pulling from 3 different decks that I've already chosen. It's $5 US. And that's just for today. If you want a more in-depth reading, those are $30 US. But I won't be doing those until Thursday night, which is now technically tonight for me, going into Thursday. But that's going to be on the later stream tonight when I start it back up at 10 p.m. Eastern. Alright, Spirit. One card, please. Thank you. Spirit. Can I get one card, please? From Max. Thank you. I haven't pulled this card yet. Okay. Ice in me. I know I didn't say that right. We'll see. Alright, a rebel card. Can I get one rebel card for Max, please, and thank you. I agree, Bob. If I was in a quieter area, I'd enjoy it a lot more, but I can hear all the traffic going by my house. I love this card. All right, Max. Max, Eternal Light paid for you to receive a full reading from me on another day, so it's already been paid for. So, because what I'm doing today, what I'm fixing to do for you, is just a mini reading. It's just 3 cards, to where my full in-depth readings can take me almost an hour to do. And it's several cards, to where I do like a 5-card tarot pull and a bunch of oracle cards to go with it. So, but that I'll be doing starting Thursday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. Yes, Max. Eternal Light donated for you to get a full in-depth reading from me. So whenever you have a free night come back, it'll be covered already for you, baby. You're welcome. Yeah, Max, just show up, baby. I stream. I'll be here Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night. I should be here Sunday night too, but don't hold me to it. Um, and that's when I do my in-depth readings. I start streaming at 10 p.m. Eastern, and I do a collective reading. That's free for everybody. That's part of that collective, and then I do the paid readings after that. So, okay. All right. Okay, Max. The card I pulled for you tonight from my Kipper deck is called The Gathering. And Max, it says this is to show you that different points of view often lead to power struggles because everyone wants to be right so that their own needs can be met. But with that, it is important to realize that every perspective is a part of the whole, that the whole is made up of all perspectives, and thereby all perspectives complement each other. Wanting to win means the opposite of mutual understanding and respect. So this card is coming to you to challenge you to become aware of what reason makes us right and what feelings we want to protect ourselves from. If we have understood where this inner drive comes from, we can then understand what we are projecting onto others. In order to resolve this inner conflict, we should learn to deal with the perspectives of others in a constructive and connective manner. So, Max, I feel like I have a saying, when we talk about perspectives, having a different perspective and how, the card's talking about, you know, all perspectives are equally important because it complements each other. It's like, saying pretty much how people like to look at, life black and white. See, I don't look at life just in black and white. There's gray area, which to me is you just have as much right and you are right in your perspective on how you see things from others around you or even to me. It's like, saying to someone, when you agree with like more than one side, you can say, well, you're right, but you're right too. But those perspectives might contradict each other, okay? So it's like me saying to one person, like, you're right in the way you believe, but you're also wrong because I also agree with this other person too. So you both are right, but you both are wrong at the same time. And it's having that ownership of understanding that we can both be right and also be wrong at the same time. That contradicts each other, where people look at you and get confused like, wait a minute, you're contradicting each other. No, part of you is right in your perspective, just like that person's right and that person's right with their perspective because it complements each other. Does it kind of contradict each other at times? Yes. And that happens. And I've come into that a lot with people where I've had to say, listen, I agree with you, But I agree with this other person too. And I kind of more so agree with them than I agree with you. Not saying you're wrong. You are right. But understand, I believe the other person seems to be more right here. It's like taking that, scale and the balance where, I might look at you and say, you're 40% right. But I might look at someone else and say, but they're 60% right. So, does it make you does it make you wrong? No. It's right and wrong at the same time. And it can be confusing. I feel like, yes, because as a mediator, you're able to kind of see multiple perspectives. You can see your own perspective, but you can also walk into a room and be able to see other people's perspectives and agree with it, kind of like I do. You have that open mind. You don't just see your way. Like, I don't take you as someone who would be like self-righteous, that always has to be right. I don't take you as like a right fighter, because like even like in a relationship, I have a saying, you can either choose to be right or choose to be happy. And I'll say this to people, it's like, I can admit when I'm wrong. And you know what? When it comes to my relationships, in order for me to sometimes keep those connections, okay, I'll be wrong just so I can be happy and keep my relationship strong. I don't need to be right this time. Let them be right so we can still be happy. So there still brings harmony and balance and peace. And I feel like you are like in that middle. Correct. Like giving respect to both sides. You can honor both sides of the coin. Like there's not just one side, you could turn the coin on the other side and it's a different side. You can see both. And yes, honoring and respecting both sides of the table. And I feel like that's a gift that not everybody can understand or wrap their heads around. Um, but that's something that I feel like you can clearly vocalize and get others to kind of see it from a different point of view, than just their own. Or just agreeing with one side that, you would be able to bring them to the table and be able to show them the other side, where they would be able to see the other side of the coin too. And I agree, definitely being right is overrated. Yeah, I do understand that. Well, you make sure you take it easy on yourself, baby. Bob, don't run yourself down. Make sure you eat. When you keep talking to me, you gotta eat too, baby. Okay, Max, I pulled this card from my goddess deck, and this is Boudica, and this is a warrior queen of the Iceni tribe in ancient Britain. And it says, when her husband died, the Roman Empire sought to annex their lands, treating her and her people with cruelty, seizing their wealth and subjecting them to harsh rule. Enraged by the injustice, this warrior queen rose up in rebellion. She united several Celtic tribes, amassing a formidable force to challenge the Roman oppressors. Her army embarked on a campaign of revenge, attacking Roman settlements. However, her momentum was eventually halted, and her forces were defeated in a final battle against the disciplined Roman army. Her fiery rebellion teaches us to confront the injustices and limitations that seek to confine us, finding inspiration to rise against oppressive forces and fight for our freedom. The challenges you have faced may have temporarily dimmed your light and shaken your confidence. But even in the darkest moments, your voice matters and your actions can spark change. As you gradually reclaim your spirit, remember to be patient and gentle with yourself. This is a journey of self-discovery, and it takes time. You have the power to ignite the fires of change and to create a brighter future. reclaim your confidence. And this goes well with this card and what, you know, we were just talking about, Max, about being able to see both sides of the table. Both, you know, um, both people's perspectives. To be able to bring harmony and balance and justice to not just taking one side, but saying, listen, you know, both sides are right. Can we now come to the table and meet in the middle? And, you know, make it to where it's an even balance instead of one side wins and the other side loses. How about we both come to the table and we both can win, you know, and, you know, still walk away with our dignity and respect intact and have our integrity. And to be able to say, okay, well, today, no, I may not have won the war, but it doesn't mean I lost the battle either. You know, you still won. You know, maybe not the way you wanted to, but it's not like you're walking away empty-handed. You both have something to be gained and something to walk away with too, to balance out, you know, where there has been an injustice, you know, and not allowing yourself to be limited by only seeing things from one point of view, to be able to see it from both sides and be able to see why both people are at that table fighting, arguing, not able to agree. You know, it's like, again, like being that mediator. You can bring softness to the table to the people who want to sit here and argue and bicker and only want to see their side. Um, it's like trying to be able to calm down a tiger, you know, when they get fired up. You know, it's hard to do that, but I feel like you have that type of energy that you can bring forth that helps to calm the fires when people get it in an uproar and they want to keep throwing stones at each other. And it can dim your energy where people want to just bring you down along with them. You know, maybe even point the finger at you and say it's your fault when it's not. Okay, it's just a matter of a way of being, a way of how you flow in this world, the way you take on life, the way you see things for what they are, but how you're able to come from other standpoints, other perspectives, to give something and more, add more for others to really take a step back and think about before just, you know, assuming, oh, well, I believe this way. Oh, well, that's the only way I see this, when you could see it from multiple ways. So I feel like that is something that is beautiful, and that's a gift. That's a craft that needs to be mastered. Um, if you're not using this in your life right now, baby, I encourage you to use it. And I just saw this bright spirit orb on my wall again. This is like spirit confirming that. Like, you would be good at negotiations or being able to help people work out their differences. You know, you can not only are you skilled at being able to speak, you know, clearly and articulate where you're coming from, but you're also a good listener. And it takes being able to listen just as much as to be able to speak, you know, what your stance on it is. So that's a beautiful thing to be proud of, baby. And then the Rebel card I pulled for you, this is for kicks and giggles and laughs. It says, you are giving away your power. And then on the other side it says, you are a badass, act like it. And, you know, this makes me laugh too, because it's kind of talking about you being that negotiator. Stop, you know, giving your power away. You're a badass and you know it. So Spirit wants you to stand in that confidence and be that person that can negotiate and use that, apply it in your everyday life to help others. You know, others, you know, may not be able to come to the table and find that equal balance like you can. And that's your secret gift. That's like your secret weapon, your strength. So use it. Spirit's encouraging you to use it. Apply it. And that's what I have for you, Max. Thank you for your donation, baby. And thank you for trusting me to read for you this morning. I hope that resonates for you, honey. Yes. Be confident in who you are, Max. Don't allow anyone else to tell you, you know, don't allow the outside world, especially, don't allow people who hold no weight in your world, the people who aren't closest to you, to decide or define who you are. You define you. And then you go out there in your confidence in who you are, having all that strength, that belief within yourself, and you show the world who you are. And either people accept it or they don't. But be confident in yourself enough to know that you're going to be okay if others don't accept you. That's okay. That's their loss. Because you know what? That's when the universe has a beautiful way of bringing forth the people who are meant to be in your life, who will accept you for you, to be confident, to be strong, to be able to, be able to speak, and articulate your words very well, to help others where people may not be able to see eye to eye and are having disagreements or fights. You have that strength to be able to calm all the flames on both sides of the table. So run with that. Don't ever doubt yourself again. Anyone tells you, tell them take a hike. You know, I I can't tell you, Max, how many times, people have come on here on my stream. You get the trolls, yes, and some of them are just foolish kids acting a fool. But many times, they're also adults who've been hurt, who been bullied, and now, because they're protected behind a screen and because I can't see them, they think they can come on here and bully me and get me to cry and get me all upset because they're miserable. They can't. They can't break through me. They can't break my confidence. They can't get me to cry. And I always tell them, it's like you're wasting your time. I have a lot thicker skin than you realize, and I'm confident and I'm strong in who I am. I'm not going to allow you to break me. Why? Because you can't. Why? Because what you say holds no weight in my world. And that's what they don't like to hear. And they can't. They keep trying to come back. Or you get the haters too. Like the ones that, you know, love to hate you, but also hate the fact that they love you. Those kinds of people, the naysayers, hey, I'll give them a great show. Keep watching, stay tuned. I don't let them get to me, baby, is what I'm saying. So don't allow people to get to you. Don't allow them to tear you down. Yes, I do, Bob. You're right. I have the best mods who help me. Like Bob, Judith, Sunnyland, Diane, Eternal. So I'm very appreciative for them. And Max, that's a beautiful way of being too, baby. And and I try and show some of them kindness. Yeah, but I think there's a thin line between it too, because when they want to come on here and cause chaos, and whether it's to attack me or attack people who are here, I'm gonna stand up and defend myself. That's me. I was raised that way. So, and I'll let them know, but once I say what I gotta say, then I kick them out. That's me being kind. That's my mods being kind. And sometimes they'll kick them out before I even see their messages, just to save them from getting, that side of me, and just from interrupting what we're doing here, the beautiful positive energy that my channel brings, and the beautiful people that come in here like yourself, not to interrupt that energy. We want to keep that positive energy flowing. So, but I do understand what you're saying too, Max. And you're right, baby. They are hurting. And it's sad, you know, that people haven't taken the time to show them that kind of love for them to feel secure in themselves and to have that kind of self-esteem and self-worth and confidence that can really change their life and make them see the world in a whole new light. Very true, Max. They're not. You're right, honey. So I hope that helps you, Max, to have some clarity, baby, in your life. And again, when you're ready to get your in-depth reading, I'll be here. Like I said, for tonight's stream starts at 10 p.m. Eastern. And that's what time my stream starts every night that I'm here. Hello, Janice. So thank you for being here, Max. And it was an honor to read for you this morning, baby. Thank you again. Sunnyland, Judith. Okay, Max. Sweet dreams to you, baby. Good night, honey. What y'all talking about? Judith and Sunnyland, what y'all talking about? And you're welcome, Max. Anytime, baby. All right, Sunnyland. You're first, beautiful. Oh, trafficking herbs. That's funny. Sounds good. Judith's magical tea, huh? Yum. All right, Sunnyland. I'll pull cards for you first, then I'll do Judith and Bob. If you want me to pull cards for you, baby, I will. Spirit. Get one card for Sunnyland, please. Oh, Bob. I will, baby. I'm just going to do these last few. It sounds like somebody's playing catch. 8.5 hours I've been on. Yeah, I know, baby. I'll get off here by 7. So, all right, Spirit, for Sunnyland. 1 card, please. Decision. And I know I gotta conserve some of my energy for tonight when I do more of my in-depth readings. All right, Spirit. 1 card for Sunnyland. I'm a grown-up now. Make my own mind up. Yes, baby. Alright, Spirit for Sunnyland. Please, thank you. Oh, wow. Wow, I like this. I know this card looks kind of scary, but... Bozo the Clown, what a name. That makes me laugh. I'll share a story with you in a minute. Hold on. About Bozo the Clown. 19. Okay. Alright. Sunnyland Spirit. Can I get 1 card, please? Janice, my readings this morning for a mini reading, which is today only, is $5 US. For a more in-depth reading, you have to wait until I come back tonight, and that's $30 US. So, I do paid readings only. Alright, Spirit, 1 card for Sunnyland, please. No, that's funny. Okay. Miss Sunnyland. I pulled for you the decision card. And it says, This reminds us that there are not just big decisions that have to be made on our life path, but especially the everyday decisions that we have to make based on our own patterns and imprints. Sun and moon represent our inner aspects of heart and mind that we should carefully balance. The birds in the picture symbolize our thoughts that want to push us in one direction or another. We have to be careful that this doesn't cause us to lose our footing or no longer find a foothold within ourselves. It also calls us to come into balance so that we are capable of making good decisions. The goal here is about combining and harmonizing opposing aspects. If we no longer know which path to take because we have lost the connection with our inner wisdom, it encourages us to come back to our center. Additionally, it says to be fair in our thoughts and in our deeds. So, beautiful. I feel like there's a decision that needs careful consideration, and it shouldn't matter whether that decision, it's a big decision, is about something big or something small, but to make sure that we're making all the right decisions that's best for us, for our life path, for how we see, ourselves, and not allowing others on the outside, especially people who have no substance in our life, meaning our close connections in our immediate circle, strangers, people on the internet will say, including me, beautiful, let's just say, I had a different opinion on a decision you were going to make, than what you thought. Like my opinion shouldn't, hold as much weight unless, you value my opinion that much, about us being, more like on a closer connection on a friendship level, then okay, I would understand. But people outside, you know, don't allow them to interfere. Don't allow them to make you second guess any of the decisions you make from here on out. It's your life. You're meant to live it. You're meant to decide for you. And only you decide for you. And not allow others to decide for you. Be happy, be content, be proud, and be confident. And above all, even be bold in who you are and the decisions you have to make for yourself, but for the people around you. Your, family, your significant other, your kids, and so on. So whatever this decision is or decisions, you know, make sure it doesn't break you, beautiful. It doesn't make you question yourself, doubt yourself, or feel like you're not doing the right thing. You still have to do what's right by you and find that balance to not allow your thoughts to override and, allow you to get lost in your head. Isn't that a beautiful card? I love this card. In fact, I actually picked this deck because of this card, because it's on the cover of the box. So, but it's like when I look at this card too, Sunnyland, like, she has a ball in each hand. That to me, that's like you have your world in your hands. Be proud. Be bold in your decisions. Don't allow others to decide, to tell you which way to go. You make that decision, and there, and Spirit even just put in my head, the ball's in your court now. You decide where you throw that ball and where you go to next. I love that. It's significant for you too. The sun and the moon. Yeah. And here you go. From my goddess deck. The goddess I pulled for you is Santa Motre, and it's bringer of miracles. And it says, Santa Motre, revered as the holy death, embodies the duality of life and death, offering solace and guidance to those who seek her presence. Her devotees turn to her in times of desperation, seeking her intercession in matters of love, health, prosperity, and protection. Many believe that Santa Muerte does not judge, but embraces all who approach her with devotion and sincerity. She is seen as a revered deity, a guardian of souls, and a bringer of miracles. She signifies a time of transition where the veils between the realms of possibility and actualization are thin. The universe is conspiring to bring forth miracles in your life, inviting you to embrace the wonder and awe that accompanies their arrival. Your unwavering manifestation and intention setting have laid the groundwork for divine intervention. The miracles you have been calling upon are gathering momentum and preparing to unfold in ways beyond your imagination. It is a testament to the power of belief, reminding you that your dreams hold the potential to manifest in miraculous ways. And I love that, for you, Sunnyland, because it's like that decision card, comes to when I think of it and I look at it, with this card here, it's like, making those decisions about your future, about your dreams. Don't be afraid to dream too big. Don't be afraid to want what you want and, to dream about it because you're dreaming it into reality. Your thoughts create your reality. And so if you believe in it and you believe in your dreams, that those can be turned into reality, which they can be. Don't you ever doubt that. You're like the magician. You manifest and bring into fruition your thoughts. That anything's possible. So don't be afraid to dream. Hold on to those dreams. You deserve the best that this life has to offer, like the rest of us. So don't feel like, you need to be left out on the side, or you're not deserving, or you're not worthy, or you haven't done enough. No, beautiful. You're more than deserving. And you deserve to believe and have miracles happen in your life like the rest of us. And for our dreams to become reality. Miracles happen every day. Even when we think of the most craziest thing that could ever happen, that we could think, oh, that's not possible. You'd be amazed how things just happen to happen and things just fall into line and things happen when you think it wasn't even possible or it was far-fetched. Like there's no possibility, no way. And then it happens. Believe in that. Miracles happen every day, beautiful. I want you to believe in your dreams. You deserve to have your dreams come into reality. So don't stop dreaming, beautiful. And then the Rebel card I pulled for you, Sunnyland. And I love this. It says, you need some effing yoga in your life. And it says, ancient shit is cool. Oh my goodness. This makes me think of my grandma. I always called her ancient. But I always told her she was a cool grandma too. And she was. I miss her dearly. Yes, Bob, you're cool too, baby. Yoga because punching isn't nice. That's right. But, can always get a punching bag too, beautiful. And that's what I have for you, beautiful Sunnyland. Thank you, honey, for trusting me to read for you again. It's an honor. Hello, Lost Souls. TV, how you doing? Welcome. All right, Judith, you're next, beautiful. Oh, you're so welcome, Sunnyland. Thank you for being here with me, beautiful. and for all you do for me. All right. My beautiful Judith, where'd you go? Oh, she left. Oh, okay. She stepped out. All right. All right, Bob. Well, I'll do you while Judith's out then. Oh, it's my pleasure, Sunny Lynn. All right, Spirit. What does... Oh, Miss Judith. Well, honey, you know, go handle your business. I'll still be here. I'll read for Bob. And by that time, honey, by the time I'm done with Bob, I'll be able to do you after that. How about that? Go handle your business. Good morning, Ambrose. What time is it for me? It's 6:30 in the morning, honey. You're not done. Okay. All right. Well, Bob, if you don't mind waiting, let me do Judith real quick. Because it sounds like she made sure she was done. Oh, my goodness. All right, Judith, I got you, honey. Spirit, what does Judith need to hear right now? You sure, Judith? All right, I'll do Bob first then. All right, Spirit. Spirit, my spirit guys are going to be all confused now. Like, who are we ready for? All right. Spirit, for Bob, please. And thank you. Y'all are so funny. All right, Spirit. As I get lipstick on my hand. One card for Bob, please, Spirit. What does Bob need to hear right now? Spirit, please, and thank you. That one came out. Oh, I pulled the same card I just pulled for someone else earlier. And the same thing applies here too. For you. Okay, let me get a goddess card for you, Bob. Y'all are so funny. Spirit. One card for Bob, please. Thank you. Are y'all enjoying theme night? Do y'all like what I do on theme night? If y'all don't like it, y'all can let me know. Chuckling away to yourself. Spirit. One card for Bob, please, and thank you. Yes, no stress on me. Yeah, it's more relaxing for me to do. It definitely helps. So I'm glad y'all like it. Y'all can appreciate it. So I'll switch it up every week and have a different deck I'll pull from. But I'm really liking my Kipper deck. I got a mint for this. So I'll probably keep using my Kipper deck. I may have to buy another Kipper deck or two just to switch up the images, but I'll pull from different Oracle decks every week to switch it up. Hello, Cannon. Yes, the energy's been wonderful. I've enjoyed the energy tonight. Cannon, I do tarot card readings. All right, Spirit, one card for Bob, please. And thank you. Oh, well, that one came out. Well, I guess this one's meant for you, Bob. The siren. Yeah, I can hear you coming from a mile away, Bob. Let's see. There it is. All right. And a rebel card for you, Bob. Even though you're the biggest rebel here, troublemaker. I'm kidding. You know I love you, Bob. All right, Spirit. Can I get one card for Bob, please? Thank you. Okay, spirits. Hello, Adam. Are you asking me, am I Hawaiian? If you're asking me, am I Hawaiian, the answer is yes, I'm part Hawaiian. Okay. I already did pull this one out tonight. Oh, that's cool, Adam. I've never been to Hawaii. One of these days, I'll be able to see my heritage. But I live in Georgia. But that's cool to see people coming into my stream who live in Hawaii. My grandfather was born in Hawaii. All right, Spirit. One more, please. Oh, come on, Spirit. No. All right. Let's see it. All right, Bob, you ready, baby? You don't like that laugh? Oh, whatever. It's a good laugh, baby. Don't be scared. You know me, I don't bite. Okay, from my Kipper deck, Bob, you got activity. And it says, a poppy flower is in the foreground. Busy bees tumble around it. In the air, a hummingbird lets itself be carried by the wind. And it says, it shows us that the structure, order, and values within a system or area of work are important, but also can be a hindrance because they force us into a role that at some point may no longer be right for us because we have grown and changed. Then it is possibly time to turn away from this order. It encourages you to reconsider your own position in the area of work and activity. The busy bees on the card represent our daily structured work in a system that may no longer seem right for us, which is why we might be having a lot of negative thoughts at this time. The hummingbird inspires us to leave the negativity behind and to focus on our true dreams that we want to accomplish. Even if it is difficult for us to leave this security and we cannot yet imagine what alternative there could be, the hummingbird wants to motivate us to actively step beyond old limitations, let go of tried and true patterns, and rise above them. So, baby, this is about you getting out of your head. You know, what are those dreams that you want to accomplish still? You know, I know you said you want to start doing printing again. And that's inspiring, baby. Don't allow those negative thoughts, those doubts, those fears creep in to block you from manifesting this into your reality. If this is something you really want, believe in yourself. You know, yeah, maybe things have changed since you did it last, but that's not a reason to not do it. You know, it just gives you another challenge, another step you may have to learn how to do to finesse your skills, your mastery, and your craft to do, you know, and to be able to handle the different programs and technology that's being used today that maybe wasn't being used back, you know, when you were doing printing last. I know this is something you really want, so I feel like Spirit's encouraging you to go for it. Don't allow, you know, the security of what you've been living in recent years to be like, oh, well, I'm just going to stay over here in my corner and hide away, you know. Don't do that. Allow yourself to live out on the edge a little bit. You know, yeah, it might feel uncomfortable at first, but it's not going to last forever, baby. It's just another challenge. Something to challenge you, to make you better, so you can grow and be better. You know, it's never too late to start over. It's never too late to learn something new. You're never too old to try new things, to live life, and to gain knowledge. Knowledge is power. So, Spirit's encouraging you to do this, baby. Yes, the hummingbird card again. The Photoshop is a complicated program to master again. Yeah, baby, but I know you can do it. I know you can do it, Bob. I believe in you, baby. I mean, you sent me what you had already considered wanting to put together for me. I mean, I can just imagine what else you can create, baby. You believe in you now. I believe in you. I know you have it within you. And I know you have the potential and the drive to want to create something. Well, for it to be a 10-minute rough draft, we'll say, it looked pretty doggone good to me, baby. So don't doubt you. You know, tell your doubts, tell that devil on your shoulder to go take a hike. Tell him go fly away. Listen to the angel on your other shoulder. Let that help guide you. And so, from the goddess deck, baby, I pulled the siren. And it says, beware, or bewitching song. For within it lies the perilous power of empty promises. And it's called the empty chant. And it says, in ancient mythology, sirens were mythical creatures who lured sailors with their mesmerizing voices and songs, leading them to their doom. The sirens were known for their irresistible charm and seductive power. These enchanting beings would sing their haunting melodies, drawing sailors towards treacherous waters and dangerous rocks, causing ships to crash and sink. The siren story embodies the illusionary allure and auto-destruction. They represent tempting offers that can lead us down a destructive path if we are not mindful. Examine your impulses and be aware of the seductive influences that may cloud your judgment. The sirens signify the need for caution and self-reflection, prompting us to examine the areas of our lives where we may be easily swayed or seduced by external influences. Listen to your inner voice to discern between genuine opportunities and empty promises, and to resist the allure of instant gratification that may have long-term negative consequences. Focus on substance rather than surface-level allure. By remaining grounded in reality, you can avoid being swayed by empty promises. And baby, this just tells me again, like being, you know, your negative thoughts or doubts, worries, concern, that's what I feel like where you can be easily swayed to not proceed. Because I feel, you know, in your energy, baby, I feel this drive. Like this is like something that I feel like you can be excited about, that you are getting excited about. You know, the opportunity, the thought of being able to create this again. Like I feel like you've missed it. So don't allow the worries of not maybe being um, up to speed on today's technology, on the way things are done. But it's not like you've been out of it, you know, for 40, 50 years, baby. I know you haven't been out of it that long. You know, I know there's still a lot that you would have to refresh your memory on. But with patience, discipline, structure, and having that drive, I feel like once you open that door and re-engage with it all, to begin to remind yourself to refresh in your memory, and then the, you know, few things that are new that you may not know, I just feel like that drive, that passion, you're going to come to life again. I feel like that's something that's missing, that you need again. And I feel like Spirit's encouraging you to want it, to have that thirst for it. Well, there you go, baby. Have that drive. Believe in yourself, Bob. I know you can do it, baby. You want to print on tiles? Here you go. For you to start in it again, baby. I know you can do it, Bob. I'm behind you. I'm your cheerleader over here, baby. I believe in you. And then the Rebel card I pulled for you, Bob. It says, you are going through some tough crap right now. And it says, everyone has their turn. Welcome to yours. Gather your tired ass up and handle it. I love this. You're going through some tough shit right now. Everyone has their turn. Welcome to yours. Gather your tired ass up and handle it. I love this. For kicks and giggles. Gotta love the divine. Yes, let that creativity flow. Hello, Turtle. And baby, and I can understand how that would. You know, I watched my mama with emphysema. I know not being able to breathe so well all the time did slow her down. But baby, don't allow that fear of not being able to always be able to breathe as well to slow you down. Okay, maybe it means that you can't stand up and be on your feet, you know, for longer than a few minutes, and you need to always be sitting down. You know, there might be different things you got to do. Like I remember my mama had to do. Like I remember her having, you know, when she would wake up first in the morning, she couldn't breathe naturally. When she sat up, she would end up having to lean over the edge of the bed and, you know, be hunched over coughing. And she would keep coughing, trying to get that phlegm out of her throat, out of her chest, to open up her lungs so she could breathe. That helped her to breathe. So that way, then she would use, you know, her inhaler, and then I would have her breathing treatment set up for her in the other room. Yeah, just take your time, baby. There's no rush. There's no rush, baby. You do it a little bit slower, that's okay, baby. Amen, Judith. I agree, sweetheart. But that's what I got for you, baby. And I believe in you. It's time for you to believe in you, too. All right, beautiful Judith. You're next, honey. The next troublemaker on my list. Hello, Narsarima. If I didn't say your name right, I apologize. Oh, you're welcome, Bob. Thank you for all you do here, baby. I truly appreciate you more than you know. So thank you for everything you do for me, baby, being here. All right, Miss Judith. You're next, beautiful. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't even look at that. So, American Club is really what it should be. Well, welcome, beautiful soul. Yeah, Bob. But you know, baby, you just take your time. Still no rush. Alright, Spirit for Miss Judith. What does Miss Judith need to hear right now? What's most important? Well, looks like it's going to be a cloudy day today. Very cool. And that's very cool. American Club. Good morning, baby. All right, Spirit, for Miss Judith. What does Miss Judith need to hear? What's most important? For Miss Judith, Spirit. Whoops. Well, dang, Judith. I think they want to give you the whole deck. Let's try this again. Let's see if this card comes out again. Another card almost done. Alright, Spirit. Miss Judith need to hear right now. Ooh, I like that one too. And this allows me to get to know this deck better, because I haven't touched it but once since I've gotten it, which is pretty bad. Oh, I love this. I love this card for you, Judith. Alright, Spirit, give me a card for Miss Judith, please, and thank you. Good morning, Jessie. How you doing, baby? Alright, Spirit, one card for Judith, please, and thank you. I hear something knocking on my freaking door. Well, dang, Spirit, okay. Well, what's on my freaking card? Ugh. Alright, Spirit. Can I have one card, please? From Miss Judith. Okay. 91. All right, children. Better than Bob the Builder? Well, Bob, I thought you were going to say the other one. Well, I guess you could be Bob the Builder in that regard, too. All right, Spirit. One card for Miss Judith, please. Oh, this is definitely you, Judith, all day long, honey. You knew exactly what I was talking about. You know me. That's right, Bob. Bzzz. American Club? No, but at least you get closer than most would by saying Filipino. Hold on, Judith. I'm mixed. I'm Japanese, Hawaiian, or Polynesian, whichever one sounds better to you. English, Irish, and Scandinavian. Dang it. Get crumbs all over my table. Yes, we all are. I don't know, Ronan. I don't claim to be Cherokee, but most people mistake me for being Native American. So, well, thank you, the American Club. I like to think so. I'm real. I'm true and authentic to who I am. That's crazy, Bob. Crazy nonsense. So I don't need to wait to let you know I can read your comment. So, I guess he did. Yep, I guess he didn't realize that you're a mod. Good morning, Gnostic. How you doing, baby? Oops. Go ahead, Bob. This should be good. And there comes Diane. Whacker ready. Diane came to play Whack-A-Troll too. Judith said nope. Good morning, Ray from Georgia. From the pits of empty battery land, huh? Wow, Diane. How'd you like it down there? Happy to see you back. Staying busy, huh, Gnostic? Well, that's good, baby. Busy's good. Oh, well, that's good to hear, Gnostic. I'm happy to hear that, baby. I hate it when my hunger just hits me out of nowhere. Okay, Judith. Well, that's great to hear, Gnostic. I'm happy to hear you're finally able to catch up, baby. That's good. I'm still trying to catch up on mine. I thought I was going to be caught up until I had a $650 grocery bill. So, crazy. What's cray-cray? Cray-cray just being flat out crazy. Oh, yeah, Gnostic, I hate those. Those have come to my house, too. Not for me, though. For my insignificant other. His, hospital bills. Okay, I need to grab another drink. I'll be right back. Oh, this stupid floor, I swear. I don't know, Gnostic. Hey, Gnostic. I'll switch medical bills with you. Cause his hospital bill, $18,000 is what we owe. Because the insurance company won't pay it. Because the hospital was out of network. And I'm not happy about it. Oh, I understand that too, baby. Some do. You're right. And Diane's right too. Some just aren't worth it. All right, Judith. You ready, beautiful? As I got more crap on my cords. Here we go. Yeah, apparently he wasn't. All right, beautiful. So the card I pulled for you, Judith, is Metamorphosis. And it says, this is a mystical image of a woman's portrait in which a huge butterfly becomes a mask that blends into the top part of her face. Embedded in a nighttime landscape, the Metamorphosis card replaces the Death card in the classic Kipper deck. In this image, the butterfly is a symbol for the natural metamorphosis, which is a basic element of creation. And so, the message here is for you, beautiful. It describes that we can only move on if we leave something old behind. The principle of letting go is a difficult subject for most people. Yet, letting go is one of the basic principles of life, as life never stands still. Intuitively, we know this, yet it is hard for most people to let go of someone or something, as they usually act out of a certain fear of loss. However, it is the process of letting go that leads us out of fear into trust, as it challenges us to trust in the higher order, in our higher self. A beautiful metaphor for this is the butterfly, who has to let go of its realization twice during its developmental process in order to return as a new being. Once we have let go and found trust in the laws of life, then we too can spread our wings. And just like, the death card in the tarot, beautiful, it's having to let go of the old to make room for the new. Um, Shed away the old layers, of the person you used to be, of what was once was, now isn't no more. It's something more beautiful, that's taking more time to evolve. Just like the butterfly going from the caterpillar into the cocoon, out comes a butterfly. It's the same transition process for you, beautiful. Even though life can be difficult at times and life has a way of handing us lemons, and all we can do is take those lemons and make the best lemonade with it that we can possibly make. We're able to alchemize that energy, change it, transmute it into something else. And that's what I feel like spirit in the universe is trying to do with you now. Get you to go through this process. The transformative challenges and changes that are, here at your doorstep that you are still going through to come out on the other side as this big, beautiful butterfly. And you're getting ready to spread your wings again and open up to all the new opportunities that lie ahead of you and adventures, excitement, things for you to explore, things that maybe you haven't thought about in a long time that spirit's kind of like now, like, hey, have you ever thought about this? Maybe you should consider doing that, because life gets busy. When we get stuck into a constant routine, it becomes like part of our um, mundane routine that, it's the same thing over and over. It doesn't take a lot of thought. But now that things have been shaken up in your world a little bit, now it's time to reevaluate and bring forth a whole new way of looking at things and how to transform, shedding away the old to bring in the new. So spirit's kind of knocking on your door now saying, here I am. Here's something new, kind of like taking, a jigsaw puzzle, and, it comes into all the pieces broken up in a box and you got to put it together. Kind of same thing, going through that process, you know, piece by piece, putting something new together for you to come out into this big, beautiful butterfly, a big, beautiful picture of something bright, something that's peaceful, harmony, that we can take great beauty in, and we can also learn from. And then, for you, beautiful Judith, I have, from my goddess deck, Brunhild. And it says, in the tempest of envy, I remain forever chained to bitterness and sorrow. This is Valkyrie's Valor. And this is a legendary figure from Norse mythology who was a powerful Valkyrie and queen, with a story intertwined with love, betrayal, and a quest for justice. She fell in love with the hero Sigurd, but due to a series of manipulations, he was forced to marry another woman. Heartbroken and filled with jealous rage, she challenged him to prove his worth by undergoing a series of trials, but he managed to deceive her and win her favor. In the end, Brunhild's story tragically concludes with suicide. Her story embodies the intense emotions of jealousy, triggered by romantic betrayal, the burning anger and desire for revenge that consumes the heart. Turn the page. It acknowledges the pain and hurt caused by the betrayal and validates your emotional response, encouraging you to explore and express your feelings in a healthy and constructive manner. She warns against succumbing to destructive impulses Channel your energy into healing instead. Find outlets for your anger, such as journaling or engaging in cathartic activities. Acknowledge the jealousy within you. Honor its presence and power. Channel it constructively, releasing the need for revenge, and embrace personal growth and healing. Kind of like, the butterfly going through that transformation stage, embracing the changes and adapting to them to open and to be awakened to something more beautiful, brighter, by shedding away the old, to rediscover yourself, to discover something new, something greater within yourself. I love this card. I've never pulled this before, so she's a beautiful queen. The way they drew her in here. All right, and now for your Rebel card, Judith, it says take a shot. And it says don't take 12, take 1, okay, maybe 2, and move on. So you got to take a few shots for me, Judith. Don't take 12, but maybe take, 3 or 4, and I'll be good. And make sure it's Patron. Take a shot. Oh, this should be for who y'all just hid. I mean, this is just funny. It says, effing apologize. Seriously, just do it. I mean, it's like Spirit has a sense of humor. And that was at the bottom of the deck. I was just looking at it. It's like, oh, isn't that interesting? And that's what I have for you, beautiful Judith. Thank you for being here, beautiful. Oh, is that right? Let's see. Yeah, I see that. It's 7:36. You like to smoke? Well, Gnostic, we all have our vices, don't we? Nothing wrong with it, baby. Okay. Well, I can say I was here for almost 10 hours. Exactly 14-hour difference to the minute. Oh, I understand, Gnostic. Baby, I ain't judging you. You know me. Some choose to. Others, feel the need to. Whatever it is. It's 9:37 p.m. your time, Bob. Wow. Yeah. Are we agnostic? We're in the same time zone? Okay. Excuse me. I'm putting my cards up, Bob. Yes, Gnostic. I'm in Georgia, baby. That's correct. Good memory. Oh, you're so welcome, Judith. Anytime, beautiful. I enjoy theme night. So, if y'all enjoy that, I guess we'll keep doing that every Wednesday. Maybe I'll do it on Sundays, too. You know, just to have something. Just to do mini readings. Well, New York is still a good distance away, baby, from me. But at least you're on the same side of the country as me. But yeah. Judith, it's only 8 miles north. Wow. Hello, wandering stars. Hi, Daphne. Yes, honey, I've been on all night and morning. I am committed. Honey, I've done a 20-hour live before. Isn't that the truth, Gnostic? Hello, MC. How you doing, beautiful soul? Yes, honey. I know. Sounds crazy, but yeah. I've done 17-hour lives, 18, and the longest has been 20 hours. Hey, baby. Time flies by, period, for me anymore. I can't believe half the year is almost gone. No. Well, MC, I'm sorry that you're not doing good. What's going on with you, honey? I hate to hear you're not doing well. 2 more weeks and it's winter for you. Turn this off. There. Y'all can still see me. Well, God bless you too, Daphne. Okay. I gotta be back in 14 hours from now. It's crazy how it's gonna be winter for you, baby. And it'll be summer for us. For real, Bob. Oh, -4 is cold for me, baby. Period. Judith's in Antarctica, Canada. That's what I call it. Oh, I'm sorry, Judith. How do you spell love? Coffee? Yeah, mine's Red Bull, baby. That's funny, Judith. Mm. Sounds good to me. The electric blanket. Wow. You know, Bob, you just need one of those thick blankets like what I have. This is true. I forget about those heating blankets. I think some years back, there must have been a recall on them because I could have sworn I heard on the news about people, um, their electric blanket caught on fire. That was some years ago, though. Well, I'm glad you haven't had a problem with yours, Bob. I don't remember what it was. I just recall hearing about it. Oh, I believe they will run up the power bill. Hello, Joshua. What, you like zebras? Yeah, my top is like a zebra print. It's just striped, black and white. I know, Bob. When I first put when I first put my top on last night, I laughed. Because I looked at myself, it's like, well, I know it's black and white stripe, but this makes me think of, like, I'm like a prison inmate or something. So I thought the same thing, baby. Painting the fence today. Ooh, that's a big job to do, baby. Hmm. Good morning, Hawatha. How you doing, baby? Oh, thank you, honey. Yeah, I was. I just finished up. Hello, Jonathan Fambro. No, baby, I'm shutting it down here in a minute. I've been on since 10 o'clock last night, and it's going on 8 o'clock in the morning. So I've been here almost 10 hours. So, but I'll be back tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. So, if you want to come back and see me tonight, I could do a reading for you then. It's $30 US, though, for me to do a reading, baby. Just so you know. Hello, Elicity. How you doing, sweetheart? I look really smart and fresh. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, how I'm going to, sweetheart. Trust me. I just did mini readings throughout the night to try and conserve some of my energy. So I'll do more of the in-depth readings tonight when I come back. Aw, thank you, Judith. You too, beautiful. I'm gonna go here in a minute. I just wanted to say hi to everybody and sit with y'all for a minute. That way, yeah, I'm gonna say I put in 10 hours. I act like I'm clocking in somewhere. so sweet of you, Alyssa. It's been a while since you've seen me, honey. Well, I try to look nice whenever I'm on here. Amen, Gnostic. Every day is a beautiful blessing, baby, that we are here. Yes, Daphne. I can do that for you tonight, sweetheart. Because I'll be doing more of the in-depth readings then. Aw, thank you, Gnostic. You're so sweet, baby. Y'all gonna make me blush. Aw, thank you so much, Bob. That's beautiful of you to say, baby. I enjoyed last night and this morning doing all the mini readings and all that with y'all. So I think it turned out really good. I'll be looking forward to tonight. To doing more of the in-depth readings for everyone. I know. Well, you know me, baby. It'll be pretty much my bedtime as soon as I get off here. I gotta reach out to YouTube, so. Oh, well, Daphne, I'm glad you are here, honey. Even though you fell asleep, and that's quite alright, honey. I take that as a compliment. That's what everybody tells me, at least. That my voice is soothing to them to where they can fall asleep. So I greatly appreciate everyone for being here, and thank you so much to my mods. I greatly appreciate y'all so much. I've truly enjoyed the night, spending it with y'all. I had some fun. We got to laugh and talk in between and goof off a little bit. You're welcome, Judith. Oh, thank you, Gnostic. Same to you, baby. I'm happy I got to spend all this time with y'all. Excuse me. Good night to you too, Judith. Sweet dreams, beautiful. Hope to see you tonight. Aw. Well, Daphne, I'm happy you found me when you did, sweetheart. You were meant to find me at the timing you did, beautiful. Just always remember that. God, my ring is filthy. Yikes. Oh, well, I'm so happy it's helped you, Daphne. It makes me feel good, honey. That warms my heart to know I've made a difference in your life. So I look forward to seeing everybody tonight. I'll be back tonight, Thursday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. So I hope to see y'all back here tonight. Until then, beautiful people, I'm wishing y'all a wonderful, beautiful day. And now I'm going to go get some sleep. Go into La La Land. So sweet dreams, beautiful people, if y'all are heading that way too. If y'all are going into the office or you got to work today, I wish y'all a beautiful, blessed day. Until we meet again tonight, take care. Good night, beautiful people.